With just over 6 hours remaining, concentration risk in leveraged ETFs is clearly defining the volatility profile of this leaderboard.
"30 minutes into the Wick, and the elevator is shaking. This leaderboard just detonated."
As of 9:59 a.m. ET, La Congorsali leads with $3,400.45 in total P&L, an outsized single-trade advantage.
MU just printed $3,400.45 at 9:59 a.m. ET for Lakangur Sali. That is a one-click nuke at the top.
Chuckle Davis quietly stacked MU2 up $343 at 9:59 a.m. ET and sitting second with 390 total.
The midfield compresses. Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds $349 as of 9:59 a.m. ET, statistically within striking distance of second.
But the red side is bleeding. SQQQ slammed Roshan Palin for negative $4,235 at 9:59 a.m. ET, and the floor gave way.
And MB peeled on another negative $4,341.39 at 9:59 a.m. ET. That is how you end up last with negative $12,566.33 as of 9:59 a.m. ET.
Chidambara Raja absorbed negative $1,995 on TQQ at 9:59 a.m. ET, compounding downside volatility.
The spread from first to last is massive, over $15,000 between the penthouse and the basement.
Niraj Arora sits at negative 21.30 as of 9:59 a.m. ET, 6 trades in and still digging.
Manish Kapoor remains methodical, $248.5 as of 9:59 a.m. ET, a conservative but viable podium trajectory.
6 hours left in this session. First place is blazing green. The bottom is pure crimson, and this elevator is nowhere near done. It is 10:04 a.m. ET and 34 minutes into the Wick elevator. Alpha Man versus Fox versus Chitta, and the leaderboard tension is electric.
As of 10:04 a.m. ET, Cheetah holds rank 10 at negative $3,730. Fox is rank 11 at negative 5,970, and Alphaman rank 12 at negative 13,030.01. Leader versus chasers clearly defined. Momentum check at 10:04 a.m. ET. Alphaman has slid 7,259.08 this window. Fox down 5,988, while Cheetah's drawdown is comparatively lighter at 3,727.5.
Groaning. Fox absorbed $24.45 on TQQ at 10:03 a.m. ET. Another shove deeper into the red.
Alphaman slammed by $4,547.25 on MDB at 10:03 a.m. ET. This elevator just dropped a floor.
Risk posture is uniform at 10:04 a.m. ET. All three show zero realized and entirely unrealized losses, meaning no one has locked anything in.
Cheetah peaked at 1142 earlier in the week, while Alphaman's best was negative 5,526.431 tasted green. The other never escaped red.
Another punch. Alphaman dropped $3,008.79 on AMD at 10:03 a.m. ET, compounding the slide.
As of 10:04 a.m. ET, the spread from Cheetah at negative 3,730 to Alphaman at negative 13,030.01 is a $9,300 gap, significant but not insurmountable with nearly 6 hours left.
Fox at negative 5,970 and Alphaman at negative 13,030.01 as of 10:04 a.m. ET. Second versus third is a red zone dogfight.
Cheetah also took $15.65 on TQQ at 10:03 a.m. ET, small compared to others, but it keeps the pressure steady.
All three remain in low activity mode with 0 shares traded recorded, yet multiple symbols touched, strategic positioning without size as of 10:04 a.m. ET.
Rank 10, 11, and 12 separated by thousands at 10:04 a.m. ET. This is survival trading in the lower ladder of the Wick. "38 minutes into the Wick, and Lakan Gosali is still king of the elevator, up $3,400.45 as of 10:07 a.m. ET, and daring the lobby to catch fire.
Gasping Vaishnav Ajit in third with $163.5 as of 10:07 a.m. ET and 0 trades. How are you on the podium without pressing a button?
Groaning. Sudhishu Dayakumar just got carved up. Google dropped $14.87 at 10:07 a.m. ET, and AM Zen shaved another $12.27 at 10:07 a.m. ET. That's a double tap.
And that slam pushes Sudhishu Dayakumar to negative $20.21 as of 10:07 a.m. ET, straight to the bottom tier.
Ravi Kirangoli is in free fall, OCL bleeding $5,329.77 at 10:07 a.m. ET after another brutal cascade earlier this minute.
That puts Ravi Kirangoli at negative $13,143.78 as of 10:07 a.m. ET. That's not volatility, that's damage.
Gasping Roshan Palan got hit on SQQ for $3,615 at 10:06 a.m. ET, and the elevator did not bounce.
Roshan Palan now sits at negative $6,070 as of 10:07 a.m. ET. Leveraged ETFs cut both ways, mostly down if you're early.
Meanwhile, Niraj Arora is deep in the red at negative $21.30 as of 10:07 a.m. ET. This elevator is ruthless.
With 5 hours and 52 minutes remaining, the distribution is stark. One trader above 3,000, a clustered midfield under 500, and multiple competitors experiencing 4- and 5-figure drawdowns. Variance has chosen violence.
"42 minutes into the Wick, and this elevator showdown is blazing at 10:12 a.m. ET.
Lekhangur Sali versus Alpha Man versus Fox, rank 1 against 11 and 12, and it is a canyon on this board.
As of 10:12 a.m. ET, Lekhangur leads with $3,400.45, while Fox sits at negative 6,160, and Alpha Man at negative 13,001.73, an asymmetric distribution of outcomes.
Lekhangur standing tall at $3,400.45 as of 10:12 a.m. ET. Every cent realized and locked in.
And at 10:11 a.m. ET, Alpha Man got clipped for another negative $3,069.39 on AMD. This is stacking up fast.
10:11 a.m. ET again. Negative $5,313.11 on ORCL for Alpha Man. That's not noise, that's damage.
At 10:11 a.m. ET, Fox dropped negative $3,725 on SQQ, aligning with that negative 6,160 total as of 10:12 a.m. ET.
From a trough of negative 6,561.15 to first place by 10:12 a.m. ET for Lekhangur Sali, while Alpha Man and Fox are still buried near their lows. This is a reversal story.
Risk posture is night and day. Lekhangur fully realized by 10:12 a.m. ET. Alpha Man and Fox sitting entirely unrealized and underwater.
Aggression metrics show Lekhangur traded 235 shares across one stock, whereas Alpha Man touched 3 names and Fox 2 by 10:12 a.m. ET.
Gasping Fox at negative 6,160 and Alpha Man at negative 13,001.73 at 10:12 a.m. ET, who claws back first in this red zone duel.
First place Lakangursali at 3,400.45 as of 10:12 a.m. ET. Low activity but maximum efficiency.
Alphaman's total remains negative $13,001.73 as of 10:12 a.m. ET, statistically the steepest deficit among the trio.
Fox fighting from negative 6,160 as of 10:12 a.m. ET. This elevator can still rise, but the clock is ticking.
5 hours and 48 minutes left, and Lakangursali holds the throne over Alphaman and Fox at 10:12 a.m. ET. This battle is far from over.
"46 minutes into the Wick, and Lakan Gosali is still king of the elevator, up $3,400.45 as of 10:15 a.m. ET, with just one trade on the board.
Gasping Vaishnava Ajit is third with $159.5 as of 10:15 a.m. ET and 0 trades logged. How are you on the podium without pressing a button?
At 10:15 a.m. ET, Roshan Palan just absorbed a $24.55 hit on TQQ, and that drags the total to negative 6,080. Leverage cuts both ways.
Chidambara Raja hammered again at 10:15 a.m. ET, $22.65 down on SQQ, and the elevator floor is shaking.
That ORCL drawdown at 10:15 a.m. ET expands Ravi Kiran Goli's cumulative deficit to negative $13,269.77 as of 10:15 a.m. ET, statistically the widest dispersion in the field.
Meanwhile, the summit is calm. Lakan Gorsali holding $3,400.45 as of 10:15 a.m. ET and daring the field to climb.
With 5 hours and 44 minutes remaining, variance remains the dominant force. One decisive green burst could completely reorder this podium.
Top is green, bottom is bleeding, and the middle is barely breathing. That's a classic mid-morning wick spread.
50 minutes into the Wick, and Lakangorali is still king of the elevator, up $3,400.45 as of 10:20 a.m. ET, with just one decisive strike.
Gasping Rahul Davis is right there at $331 as of 10:20 a.m. ET, 21 trades, pure button mashing endurance.
Meanwhile, Ravi Kirangoli is buried at negative $12,549.29 as of 10:20 a.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's excavation.
At 10:19 a.m. ET, AMD slams Ravi Kirangoli for negative $3,060.30, volatility detonating on impact.
And at 10:18 a.m. ET, ORCL ripped another negative $5,299.47 out of Ravi Kirangoli. This ticker is feral.
Statistically remarkable, at 10:19 a.m. ET, MDB inflicted negative $4,408.37 on Ravi Kirangoli, compounding an already extreme drawdown profile.
And AM has clipped Sudhishu Dayakumar for negative $1,257 at 10:18 a.m. ET. Tech is not being kind.
SQQQ and TQQ are a battlefield at 10:18 a.m. ET. SQQ drops negative $23.75 on Chidambara Raja, and the crowd can feel the tremor.
Roshan Palan took negative $25.25 on TQQ at 10:18 a.m. ET, and another negative $3,735 on SQQ the same minute. Hedged, not quite.
The gap is massive, over $3,000 clear for Lakangul Sali as of 10:20 a.m. ET. This elevator has a penthouse resident.
Gasping 5 hours 40 minutes left, and the red tickers are flying. This lobby is pure volatility.
"54 minutes into the Wick, and Lakangosali is still on the throne, up $3,400.45 as of 10:23 a.m. ET, with just one trade on the board.
Gasping Rahul Davis in third at $243 as of 10:23 a.m. ET, 21 trades. Pure button mashing stamina.
And at 10:23 a.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is buried at negative $12,491.64. That's not a dip, that's a crater.
At 10:23 a.m. ET, he just absorbed another $5,329.77 hit on ORCL. Ravi Kirangoli is fighting the tape, and the tape is winning.
Statistically notable, Another $2,875.47 drawdown on AMD at 10:23 a.m. ET compounds the negative convexity in Ravi Kiran Kohli's portfolio.
Chidambara Raja also caught the leverage storm down $18.45 on TQQ at 10:22 a.m. ET and sitting at negative $4,530 overall as of 10:23 a.m. ET.
Meanwhile, Niraj Arora rests at negative $21.30 as of 10:23 a.m. ET, mid-table drawdown, recoverable but time-sensitive.
5 hours and 36 minutes left. Lakangu Asali at $3,400.45 as of 10:23 a.m. ET looks comfortable, but comfort is dangerous in this game.
Rank 4 versus Rank 5 in the Wick, Vaishya 390 and CS 1975 are separated by a single slot and barely any daylight.
Momentum check. Since the window opened, Vice 390 climbed $944.5 by 10:28 a.m. ET. CS 1975 only added 32. That's a surge versus a crawl.
Vaishya's 390's $9.5 at 10:28 a.m. ET is entirely unrealized, zero realized, pure open position conviction.
Aggression gap is brutal. Vice 390 traded 0 shares across one stock. CS 1975 pushed 1,200 shares across 6 names. One is patient, the other is grinding.
Peak performance comparison. Vice 390 topped at 771 this week. CS 1975 peaked at 426. The highest ceiling belongs to rank 4.
At 10:28 a.m. ET, $9.5 keeps Vaish 390 in fourth, barely green, barely breathing, but still above the cut line.
And at 10:28 a.m. ET, $22 has CS 1975 in fifth, one decent push, and that rank 4 spot flips.
This is Leader versus Chaser Energy, Vase 390 holding rank 4, CS 1975 stalking from rank 5 with more firepower.
Intriguingly, both show improving momentum, yet their methodologies diverge: concentrated patience versus diversified iteration.
5 hours and 32 minutes left in the session, with only $12.5 separating them at 10:28 a.m. ET. This is a coin flip with consequences.
The $944.5 climb into 10:28 a.m. ET proves Vase 390 can accelerate. Don't let the tiny total fool you.
Conversely, CS 1975's modest $32 net improvement into 10:28 a.m. ET suggests stabilization rather than breakout.
Rank 4 and 5 are basically glued together. Wage 390 versus CS 1975 is the tightest jewel on the board right now.
One hour into the Wick and Lakanga Sali is dominating, up $3,400.45 as of 10:31 a.m. ET, and guarding that $1,000 first prize.
Gasping Manish Kapoor sneaking into third, $441.15 as of 10:31 a.m. ET, and clinging to that $250 payout slot.
Groaning cum Chitler just got torched on TSLA, down $391 at 10:31 a.m. ET on that move alone, flipping the day red.
MU just exploded for Rahul Davis plus $584 at 10:30 a.m. ET, and that is why he is holding second place.
Roshan Palan tried to wrestle SecQQ and paid $4,455 at 10:31 a.m. ET. Leverage products don't forgive.
Chidambara Raja absorbed a $21.55 drawdown on TQQ at 10:31 a.m. ET, compounding an already fragile equity curve.
Gasping Sarheesh Udayakumar whipped around on AAPL plus $860.5 at 10:31 a.m. ET after brutal losses earlier. That is volatility whiplash.
Bottom of the table check. Ravi Kiran Kohli sits at negative $12,502.77 as of 10:31 a.m. ET. That's a mountain with 5.5 hours left to climb.
Meanwhile, the throne is steady. Lakhang Gorsali still first as of 10:31 a.m. ET, and everyone else is fighting for scraps in the Wick. 1 hour into the Wick and Lakon Gosali is still on the throne, $3,400.45 as of 10:36 a.m. ET with just one trade, absolute sniper energy.
Manish Kapoor quietly parked in third, $441.15 as of 10:36 a.m. ET. No fireworks, just steady survival.
Vaishnav Ajit is fourth at $1.5 as of 10:36 a.m. ET. No trades logged, just hovering above zero like it's lava.
Ravi Kirangoli just took a brutal $5,214.63 hit on ORCL at 10:35 a.m. ET. This elevator is in free fall.
And AMD piled on another $2,648.22 gone at 10:35 a.m. ET. That's how you end up last place at negative 12,097.67 as of 10:36 a.m. ET.
And SQQQ smacked him to $4,645 vaporized at 10:35 a.m. ET. Both sides of the leverage sandwich are on fire.
Chitambaraja cannot escape the chop. $3,285 slammed on SQQ at 10:35 a.m. ET after earlier TQQ damage.
Sadish Udaya Kumar endured a $12.01 contraction on Google at 10:34 a.m. ET, following a $10.64 AME Zen decline at 10:33 a.m. ET, correlated tech weakness.
Meanwhile, the king stays clean, $3,400.45 at 10:36 a.m. ET and barely lifting a finger. That's dominance.
From first at 3,400.45 to last at negative 12,097.67 as of 10:36 a.m. ET. That's a spread north of 15 grand. The elevator giveth, and it absolutely taketh away.
One hour and 10 minutes into the Wick and Lakan Gosali is still on the throne, $3,400.45 as of 10:39 a.m. ET, and that golden seat is glowing.
KPL just rocketed Sudhish Udayakumar by $884.5 at 10:39 a.m. ET. Massive green candle energy.
But zoom out. Sadish Udayakumar is still negative $1,146.5 as of 10:39 a.m. ET. One good punch doesn't win the fight.
SQQQ just slammed Chidambara Raja for $3,415 at 10:39 a.m. ET. Leverage volatility striking like lightning.
Groaning. That leaves Chidambara Raja at negative $5,780 as of 10:39 a.m. ET. Leveraged ETFs giveth, and they absolutely taketh.
ORCL inflicted a $5,164.64 drawdown at 10:38 a.m. ET on Ravi Kiran Goli, an abrupt deterioration in enterprise tech exposure.
MB followed with a $4,178.54 hit at 10:39 a.m. ET. Ravi Kiran Goli is getting tossed around the elevator shaft.
Screaming Q just nuked Roshan Palan for $4,775 at 10:39 a.m. ET. Volatility is feral.
Combined with TQQ pressure, Roshan Palan now sits at negative $8,020 as of 10:39 a.m. ET, correlated leverage compounding risk.
"74 minutes into the Wick and Lacan Ghazali is still king, up $3,400.45 as of 10:43 a.m. ET with just one trade. Absolute sniper energy.
Manish Kapoor holds third at $441.15 as of 10:43 a.m. ET, a modest but payout-relevant cushion in this prize structure.
TQQQ just body slammed Chidambara Raja for negative $23.25 at 10:43 a.m. ET, and SQQ piled on for negative $3,345 at 10:43 a.m. ET. Double leveraged chaos.
Groaning. That cascade drags Chidambara Raja to negative 5,670 as of 10:43 a.m. ET. Leveraged ETFs cutting both ways again.
And MDB hammers him for negative $4,339.98. At 10:43 a.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is now sitting at negative $12,036.18. As of 10:43 a.m. ET, that basement has a basement.
Thai QQQ clipped Roshan Palan for negative $3,205 at 10:43 a.m. ET, and SQQ followed with negative $4,705 at 10:43 a.m. ET, now negative $7,910 as of 10:43 a.m. ET. That's churn without mercy.
Gasping QQ hit him again for negative $3,245 at 10:42 a.m. ET, and TQQ stacked another negative $22.55 at 10:42 a.m. ET. Chidambara Raja cannot escape the whipsaw.
1 hour and 18 minutes into the Wick and La Congosali is still raining up $3,400.45 as of 10:47 a.m. ET, a single trade in absolute dominance.
Manish Kapoor holds third at $441.15 as of 10:47 a.m. ET, positive expectancy, yet materially distant from first place.
Gasping AMs and just slams Suresh Uday Kumar for $11.79 at 10:47 a.m. ET, and that drags the total to negative 1503 as of 10:47 a.m. ET. Mega cap momentum turned monster.
And Google doubles the punishment. Another $11.03 gone at 10:47 a.m. ET for Sadish Udaya Kumar. Correlated tech pressure squeezing hard.
AMD piles on with another $2,728.52, ripped away at 10:47 a.m. ET. Ravi Kiran Kohli is now negative 12,462.11 as of 10:47 a.m. ET, and still in free fall.
And TQQ answers back with another $27.75 of damage at 10:47 a.m. ET. Roshan Palan is stuck in a leveraged crossfire.
SQQQ extracted $27.35 from Chidambara Raja at 10:47 a.m. ET, while TQQ removed $18.95 simultaneously at 10:47 a.m. ET, leveraged whipsaw dynamics in full effect.
Niraj Arora sits at negative 21.30 as of 10:47 a.m. ET. 6 trades in and still looking up at everyone else.
From plus 3,400.45 to minus 12,462.11 across the board as of 10:47 a.m. ET. That is a $17,000 canyon, and La Congosali is dancing on the rim. Alpha Man versus Fox in the Wick elevator, rank 13 against rank 12, and neither willing to hit the brakes.
As of 10:52 a.m. ET, Alpha Man holds negative $11,888.37, while Fox sits at negative $7,590. Fox leading the duel by roughly $4,000.
Gasping peak versus trough is wild. Alphaman's best was negative 5,401.58, and worst negative 18380.89, while Fox actually touched positive 1126 before crashing to negative 7,590 by 10:52 AMET.
Aggression meter low, 0 shares traded for both, but Alpha Man has touched 3 stocks, while Fox has touched 2 as of 10:52 a.m. ET.
At 10:51 a.m. ET, or CL ripped Alpha Man for negative $5,190.39, one punch that deepened the crater.
And at 10:50 a.m. ET, AMD slammed Alpha Man for negative $2,560.35. This elevator is in free fall.
MDB added another negative $4,510.59 at 10:50 a.m. ET for Alphaman, compounding correlated tech exposure.
And TQQQ clipped Fox for negative $29.95 at 10:50 a.m. ET, trying to hedge the chaos and still bleeding.
Hans at negative 7,590 versus Alpha Man at negative 11,888.37 as of 10:52 a.m. ET. That gap is the only thing keeping Fox above rank 13.
Statistically, Fox once stood at positive 1126 earlier in the window, while Alphaman never crossed into green territory. Divergent opportunity sets by 10:52 a.m. ET.
Groaning. Alphaman's total sits at negative $11,888.37 as of 10:52 a.m. ET, all unrealized, all still floating.
Fox registers negative $7,590 as of 10:52 a.m. ET, also entirely unrealized exposure without capitulation.
Gasping. Alpha Man traded 3 stocks, Fox 2, both 0 shares on the tape by 10:52 a.m. ET. This is a staring contest with live grenades.
Neither has realized a dime by 10:52 a.m. ET. Who flinches first, who cuts first, who survives the Wick?
Alpha Man versus Fox. Negative 11,888.37 against negative 7,590 at 10:52 a.m. ET. And the elevator cables are screaming.
At 10:55 a.m. ET, Lacan Gasali stands tall at $3,400.45 one trade, maximum damage, absolute control of the Wick leaderboard.
At 10:55 a.m. ET, SQQ ripped $4,355 out of Roshan Palan and dragged the total down to negative 7,320 leveraged pain, no hedge in sight.
TQQ deducted $2085 from Chidambara Raja at 10:55 a.m. ET, pushing the aggregate to negative 5,080 correlated leverage, compounding the decline.
And TQQQ doubled the assault on Roshan Palan, $2965 gone at 10:55 a.m. ET. That is volatility stacked on volatility.
Andy slices another $2,537.63 from Ravi Kirangoli at 10:55 a.m. ET. Multiple tickers, same red ending.
Manish Kapoor holds third at $441.15 as of 10:55 a.m. ET. Measured participation, 13 trades, quietly defending podium position.
SQQQ hammers Chidambara Raja again for $29.95 at 10:55 a.m. ET. Both sides of the Qs and both sides bleeding. 1 hour and 30 minutes into the Wick and Gosali, still commands the tower, up $3,400.45 as of 10:59 a.m. ET, with a single surgical strike.
Manish Kapoor holding third at $441.15 as of 10:59 a.m. ET. 13 trades, grinding, no fireworks.
Gasping Chatan Chandli just flipped from positive to negative $11.25 as of 10:59 a.m. ET after a brutal $568.95 hit at 10:59 a.m. ET, straight through the floor.
TQQ detonates again. Chidambara Raja slammed for negative $21.25 at 10:59 a.m. ET and sinks to negative 5,190 total.
Roshan Palan just got wrecked on SQQ for negative $4,425 at 10:59 a.m. ET. Total now negative 7,430 and spiraling.
TQQQ also extracted negative $3,005 from Roshan Palan at 10:59 a.m. ET, correlated exposure compounding downside variance.
ORCL just hammered Ravi Kiran Kohli for negative $5,017.68 at 10:59 a.m. ET. This is a collapse of epic proportions.
AMZN slices Sudhi Kumar for negative $957 at 10:59 a.m. ET. Total now negative 1093 as of 10:59 a.m. ET and slipping down the shaft.
Just 1 minute earlier at 10:58 a.m. ET, Google dealt Sudhish Udayakumar a negative $980 move, sequential tech exposure amplifying drawdown.
Meanwhile, the penthouse is calm. Gosali untouched at $3,400.45 as of 10:59 a.m. ET, while chaos erupts below. One hour and 34 minutes into the Wick and Gosali, still commands the elevator, up $3,400.45 as of 11:03 a.m. ET, and daring the lobby to respond.
Manish Kapoor sitting third with $441.15 as of 11:03 a.m. ET. Steady hands, no fireworks, just grinding.
Sudhish Kumar just got wrecked on AMZN. $872 evaporated at 11:03 a.m. ET and the total sinks to negative 931.
And Google piled on another $913 gone at 11:03 a.m. ET. That's a double hit in the same minute.
Roshan Palan detonated on SQQ. $4,615 ripped away at 11:03 a.m. ET, and the floor is shaking.
Followed immediately by $3,145 down on TQQ at 11:03 a.m. ET, correlated leverage compounding downside exposure.
Ravi Kiran goalie smashed by $4,882.85 on ORCL at 11:03 a.m. ET. This elevator cable is fraying.
And MDB clipped another $4,449.26 at 11:03 a.m. ET. That's not volatility, that's structural damage.
SQQQ mirrors it, $3,255 down at 11:03 a.m. ET, indicating a broad leveraged whipsaw effect.
Hooves 25 and just slipped $545 on TQQ at 11:03 a.m. ET. 5 trades and already deep in the red zone.
Meanwhile, the throne remains untouched, locking Goosely at $3,400.45 as of 11:03 a.m. ET, while chaos erupts below.
4 hours and 56 minutes to go, and the elevator is split green king at the top, red storm at the bottom, and the wick is nowhere near done.
One hour and 38 minutes into the Wick and Lacan Goosley still reigns supreme, up $3,400.45 as of 11:07 a.m. ET, with just one trade on the board.
Gasping, Manish Kapoor at $441.15 as of 11:07 a.m. ET. 13 trades, grinding, clawing, but the gap to first is still a canyon.
At 11:07 a.m. ET, Roshan Palan is sitting at negative $7,650 overall, and at 11:07 a.m. ET, SQQ alone ripped $4,555 out of the account. That's not a hedge, that's a wound.
Screaming goalie just cannot catch a bid at 11:05 a.m. ET. ORCL dropped $4,979.81, and by 11:07 a.m. ET, the total damage shows negative 11756.09 exclamation mark.
At 11:05 a.m. ET, Sudheesh Udayakumar absorbed $893 on AMSN, contributing to a total of negative $931.5 as of 11:07 a.m. ET, a sharp single-name drawdown.
Meanwhile, Niraj Arora remains deep in the red, negative $2130 as of 11:07 a.m. ET, and the elevator is not slowing down. 1 hour and 42 minutes into the Wick and Lackangusly is still reigning supreme, up $3,400.45 as of 11:11 a.m. ET with surgical precision.
Gasping Manish Kapoor sneaks into third with $441.15 as of 11:11 a.m. ET, 13 trades and still within striking distance of that $500 second prize.
At 11:11 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja just took a $3,365 hit on SQQ, dragging the total down to negative 5,710, trying to hedge fire with gasoline.
Roshan Pollan hammered for $4,725 on SQQ at 11:11 a.m. ET, and the deficit widens to negative 7,950. This elevator is dropping fast.
That ORCL contraction at 11:11 a.m. ET compounds earlier AMD and MDB pressure, statistically positioning Ravi Kirangali at the widest loss dispersion on the board.
And it is not just one ticker. TQQQ also clipped Chidambara Raja for $23.45 at 11:11 a.m. ET, a volatility vice squeezing both sides.
As of 11:11 a.m. ET, BHUV25 and remains at negative $670, mid-table fragility where a single green trade could reconfigure the lower ladder.
4 hours and 48 minutes left in the session, and at 11:11 a.m. ET, Ravi Kirangali anchors the bottom at negative $11,199.42. Plenty of time, but the climb gets steeper by the minute.
One hour and 46 minutes into the Wick and Lackangusly still commands the summit, $3,400.45 as of 11:15 a.m. ET, with a single strike that shook the tower.
Gasping just pumped him for $635 at 11:13 a.m. ET. Rahul Davis hit the turbo and blasted into clear second.
Manish Kapoor is third at $441.15 as of 11:15 a.m. ET. Steady, disciplined, but watching that gap widen above him.
Sudhir Kumar Chitla climbing the mid-pack ladder, $232 as of 11:15 a.m. ET, and pressing toward that podium line.
That AM SNN reversal leaves Satish Udayakumar at negative $676.5 as of 11:15 a.m. ET, a statistically sharp deterioration over a 2-minute window.
And AMD piled on another $2,216.45 gone at 11:15 a.m. ET. Ravi Kiran Guli is getting combo hit.
The cumulative effect positions Ravi Kiran Goli at negative $10,712.97 as of 11:15 a.m. ET, the widest deficit on the board.
SQQ detonated for $4,885 at 11:14 a.m. ET against Roshan Palin. Leverage volatility is chewing through the basement.
Down at rank 10, PBAP 25 and now is sitting at negative $670 as of 11:15 a.m. ET. This middle pack is one breakout away from chaos.
4 hours and 44 minutes left in the session, and Lakan Gorsely is guarding that $1,000 first place prize as of 11:15 a.m. ET, who dares to challenge the throne. One hour and 50 minutes into the Wick and Lakan Gorsely still reigns supreme. $3,400.45 as of 11:19 a.m. ET with a single trade. That is sniper royalty.
Gasping, Manish Kapoor creeping in at $441.15 as of 11:19 a.m. ET. 13 trades and still hunting that top 2 jump.
Groaning 18 a.m. ET. TQQQ just carved another $23.15 out of Chidambara Raja, dragging the total down to negative $5,640. Leveraged pain professionally delivered.
And SQQQ piles on at 11:19 a.m. ET. Another $3,325 gone. Chidambara Raja is getting squeezed from both sides of the leverage battlefield.
And for good measure, SQQ clips Roshan Palin for another $4,685 at 11:19 a.m. ET. That is not hedging, that is synchronized sinking.
MBD is a wrecking ball at 11:19 a.m. ET. $3,868.34 ripped away from Ravi Kiran Goli, and the total collapses to negative $10,870.67.
Niraj Arora still stuck at negative $2,130 as of 11:19 a.m. ET. 6 trades and no lifeline yet.
The spread from first to last now exceeds $14,000 as of 11:19 a.m. ET, a statistically dramatic dispersion with 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining in regulation.
2 hours into the Wick and Lacan Gersely is still king, $3,400.45 as of 11:23 a.m. ET with just one trade. That is sniper royalty.
Gasping Manish Kapoor holding third at $441.15 as of 11:23 a.m. ET. 13 trades and still in striking distance of that $250 payout slot.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja is sitting at negative $5,940, and the bleeding came fast.
Screaming QQ just slammed Chidambara Raja for $3,505 at 11:23 a.m. ET. That leverage whiplash is brutal.
Roshan Palan absorbs a $3,315 drawdown on TQQ at 11:23 a.m. ET, pushing him to negative $8,180 overall as of 11:23 a.m. ET.
ORCL detonated again, $4,740.44, vaporized at 11:23 a.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli.
And MDB wasn't done. $3,680.81 gone at 11:23 a.m. ET. That ticker is a volatility trapdoor.
Ravi Kiran Goli now sits at negative $10,666.47 as of 11:23 a.m. ET. That's last place in a long climb back to daylight.
Gasping AMZN hit him too. $705 down at 11:22 a.m. ET. That's a combo punch.
He tried to fight back earlier. AAPL delivered an $837 bounce at 11:20 a.m. ET, but the storm kept coming. Two hours into the Wick, and Lakan Gosali is still untouchable, $3,400.45 as of 11:28 a.m. ET on a single trade. That is sniper royalty.
Manish Kapoor is parked in third at $441.15 as of 11:28 a.m. ET. Solid, quiet, and probably praying the carnage below doesn't splash upward.
Gogol just nuked Sudhi Udayakumar for $867 at 11:27 a.m. ET. Green to red in one swipe. That chart just cliff dived.
And AMSN piled on another $730 gone at 11:27 a.m. ET. Sudhish Udayakumar cannot catch a bid right now.
Groaning. CQQ just ripped $4,525 out of Roshan Palan at 11:27 a.m. ET. Leveraged ETF roulette. House edge is brutal.
And TQQ smacked him too. $3,075 vaporized at 11:27 a.m. ET. That's double leverage, double damage.
Chidambara Raja gets clipped again. SQQ drains $3,165 at 11:27 a.m. ET, and the floor keeps dropping.
ORCL just carved out another $4,841.94 from Ravi Kiran Goli at 11:27 a.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's structural damage.
AMD followed with a $2,461.88 hit at 11:27 a.m. ET. Ravi Kiran Goli is getting comboed by semis and software.
Bottom check Ravi Kiran Goli is sitting at negative $10,962.05 as of 11:28 a.m. ET. That is a canyon with 4.5 hours left.
Chidambara Raja is down to negative $5,110 as of 11:28 a.m. ET. Leverage cuts fast and it cuts deep.
Two hours into the Wick, and La Congorsely is still the monarch, $3,400.45 as of 11:32 a.m. ET on a single trade. That throne is untouched.
Manish Kapoor is clinging to third with $441.15 as of 11:32 a.m. ET. Not flashy, just quietly protecting that $250 payout slot.
And MBB piled on, another $3,639.21 gone at 11:31 a.m. ET. Ravi Kirangali is spiraling to negative 11,005.15 as of 11:32 a.m. ET.
Gasping Chidmabra Raja cannot escape the leverage blender. $3,155 gone on SQQ at 11:31 a.m. ET, right after a $21.95 TQQ hit at 11:31 a.m. ET.
Meanwhile, Rahul Davis is grinding $681 as of 11:32 a.m. ET and stalking that $500 second place prize like a predator.
Niraj Arora is stuck at negative $21.30 as of 11:32 a.m. ET, 6 trades in and still sliding down the elevator shaft.
From plus 3,400.45 at 11:32 a.m. ET in first to negative 11,005.15 at 11:32 a.m. ET in last. That spread is monstrous. The Wick is ruthless. 2 hours and 6 minutes into the Wick and Lycangasali is still supreme, up $3,400.45 as of 11:35 a.m. ET with a single trade. That is sniper royalty.
Screamy Q just blasted Chidhambara Raja for $3,175 at 11:35 a.m. ET. Leveraged whiplash again.
And TQQ clipped him for another $22.05 at 11:35 a.m. ET. That drags Chidhambara Raja to negative $5,380 as of 11:35 a.m. ET.
SQQ hammers Roshan Palin for $4,535 at 11:35 a.m. ET after earlier TQQ damage. This is a leveraged storm surge.
Gasping MDB just detonated for $3,543.33 against Ravi Kiran Kohli at 11:35 a.m. ET. Enterprise Tech is a minefield.
That drop plants Ravi Kiran Kohli at negative $10,998.65 as of 11:35 a.m. ET. Last place, and the hole just keeps getting deeper.
Google flips on Sadish Udaya Kumar, $942 down at 11:35 a.m. ET. That momentum just snapped.
Sadish Udaya Kumar now stands at negative $869 as of 11:35 a.m. ET, a sharp reversal from earlier stability. Large cap tech correlation remains unforgiving.
And at negative $2130 as of 11:35 a.m. ET, Niraj Arora is still searching for a reversal. 6 trades in, and the comeback clock is ticking.
Two hours and 10 minutes into the Wick and Lakangursali still reigns up $3,400.45 as of 11:39 a.m. ET with a single trade, a lone wolf at the summit.
Manish Kapoor parked in third at $441.15 as of 11:39 a.m. ET. Quiet, steady, and probably praying the carnage below doesn't splash upward.
Google just ripped $995 out of Sadish Udaya Kumar at 11:39 a.m. ET. He flipped from plus 146 to negative 849 in one violent snap.
SQQQ detonates for negative $4,625 at 11:39 a.m. ET on Roshan Palin. Leverage chaos raining from the ceiling.
Groaning. That leaves Roshan Palin at negative $7,770 as of 11:39 a.m. ET. Leveraged ETFs are a chainsaw, not a scalpel.
ORCL imposed a negative $5,022.23 swing at 11:39 a.m. ET on Ravi Kiran Kohli, enterprise software volatility compounding an already stressed book.
Net result: Ravi Kiran Kohli sits at negative $10,765.22 as of 11:39 a.m. ET, dead last and digging.
SecQQ crushes Chidambara Raja for negative $3,265 at 11:39 a.m. ET, volatility striking twice.
And TQQ hammers another negative $2265 at 11:39 a.m. ET. Chidambara Raja is getting bounced between inverse rockets.
The compounding effect positions Chidambara Raja at negative $5,530 as of 11:39 a.m. ET. Correlated leverage continues to magnify downside variance.
It is a three-way collision at the top of the Wick Ghosali in first, Rahul _ in second, Kapoorman in third, and the elevator doors are barely holding.
Look at that gap at 11:44 a.m. ET. Ghosali up $3,400.45 while Rahul _ is stuck at 681. That is a canyon between first and second.
Ghosali sitting on $3,400.45 as of 11:44 a.m. ET, and every single dollar realized, zero unrealized, clean execution.
Groaning, Ghosali clawed back from a trough of negative 6,561.15 to 3,400.45 by 11:44 a.m. ET, while Rahul _ only dipped to negative 665.5 before recovering. Very different pain thresholds.
Rahul _ at $681 as of 11:44 a.m. ET, fully realized as well. No open risk, just locked in gains and hunting more.
Aggression split is wild. 235 shares for Ghosali versus 4,200 for Rahul _ by 11:44 a.m. ET. Sniper versus Machine Gun.
Kapoorman traded 550 shares across 6 stocks, while Rahul underscore worked 4,200 shares across 2 diversifier versus concentrator at 11:44 a.m. ET.
One stock traded for Lakan Gasali, 6 for Coppermorn by 11:44 a.m. ET. Focus versus flexibility in a prize fight for that $1,000 top prize.
Rahul underscore climbed from negative 665.5 to 681 by 11:44 a.m. ET. Kapoorman from negative 556.55 to 441.15. Both green now, but second place still has the edge.
Lakan Gasali defending $3,400.45 at 11:44 a.m. ET with low activity intensity, calm, controlled, almost surgical.
Kapoorman at $441.15 as of 11:44 a.m. ET. Low activity but diversified, quietly holding that $250 third place payout for now.
4 hours and 16 minutes left in the session, and at 11:44 a.m. ET, it is Lakan Gursali commanding, Rahul underscore chasing, Kapoorman lurking. The elevator has not chosen its final floor.
It is 11:48 a.m. ET, and the Wick elevator is shaking. Prowler versus Usudi 3, rank 3 against rank 12 with 4 hours and 12 minutes left to fight.
As of 11:48 a.m. ET, Prowler stands at $222.98, while Usudi 3 sits at negative $1,140.5, a rank 3 versus rank 12 divergence in pure numerical form.
Peak to trough madness. Prowler blasted up to 766.9 at 1:47 p.m. ET on March 10th, then dipped to negative 460.8 at 11:09 a.m. ET on March 11th, while Lucy 3 topped at 426.5 at 9:30 a.m. ET on March 9th, and cratered to negative 4,342 at 10:22 a.m. ET on March 11th.
Aggression metrics diverge by 11:48 a.m. ET. Prowler has traded 415 shares across 2 stocks, whereas Usudi 3 shows 0 shares across 3 stocks, participation without volume.
Handusudi 3 at negative 1,140.5 as of 11:48 a.m. ET with 3 stocks cycled but 0 shares on the tape. That is motion without traction.
Rank 3 Prowler protecting 222.98 at 11:48 a.m. ET, while rank 12 Usudi 3 fights out of a negative 1,140.5 hole at 11:48 a.m. ET. This is altitude versus undertow.
By 11:48 a.m. ET, both have 0 realized gains, but Prowler's unrealized green contrasts sharply with Usudi 3's unrealized red. Same structure, opposite outcome.
Crying loudly, a negative $1,567 slide on the window by 11:48 a.m. ET for Usudi 3. That is gravity with no parachute.
Efficiency ratio favors Prowler, 415 shares deployed for a 222.98 gain by 11:48 a.m. ET, while Usudi 3 shows negative 1,140.5 with 0 shares recorded.
2 stocks for Prowler, 3 for Usudi 3, but at 11:48 a.m. ET, the scoreboard reads plus 222.98 versus negative 1,140.5. Quantity does not equal quality.
Third place pays 250, second pays 500, first pays 1,000, and Prowler is defending podium territory, while Usudi 3 is clawing just to escape the basement.
And at 11:48 a.m. ET, Usudi 3's negative 1140.5 is also unrealized, meaning the red is still breathing, still capable of widening.
Gasping 4 hours and 12 minutes left. Prowler guarding 222.98 at 11:48 a.m. ET. Ustudi 3 battling from negative 1140.5 at 11:48 a.m. ET. The elevator doors are not closing yet.
Two hours and 22 minutes into the Wick and Lakanga Sali is still the high priest of green up $3,400.45 as of 11:51 a.m. ET with a single surgical strike.
Gasping Trillionaire 01 at $467 as of 11:51 a.m. ET, 20 trades and clawing. But the podium is a knife fight right now.
Manish Kapoor sits at $441.15 as of 11:51 a.m. ET, 13 trades, steady hands, but steady doesn't catch a runaway leader.
At 11:51 a.m. ET, TQQ and SQQ just double teamed Rashan Palan, down $28.35 on TQQ and $4,165 on SQQ in the same minute, total plunging to negative $7,000.
ORCL just ripped $4,996.47 out of Ravi Kirangoli at 11:51 a.m. ET. Total now negative $11,266.99. And the basement has a basement.
SQQQ/$2805 and TQQ carved another $1955 from Chidambara Raja at 11:51 a.m. ET, total bleeding to negative $4,760.
Gasping Niraj Arora still stuck at negative $2130 as of 11:51 a.m. ET, 6 trades. And the comeback clock is ticking.
With 4 hours and 8 minutes remaining, Ravi Kiran Goli anchors the table at negative $11,266.99 as of 11:51 a.m. ET, mathematically recoverable, behaviorally daunting.
Welcome to the Wick Traders Compare Showdown, 2 hours and 26 minutes in, 4 hours and 4 minutes left, and the elevator is separating kings from contenders.
Lekhangur Sali rank 1, Kapurman rank 4, Anil Sunu rank 7. This is a 3-tier boss battle on the same leaderboard.
As of 11:56 a.m. ET, Lekhangur Sali leads with $3,400.45, while Kaporman holds $441.15, first versus fourth, separated by nearly $3,000.
Lekhangur Sali standing tall at $3,400.45 as of 11:56 a.m. ET. All realized, zero unrealized, clean execution.
Groaning. Nielsen sitting at negative $24.78 as of 11:56 a.m. ET, and it's entirely unrealized that red is still breathing.
Momentum check. Lekhangur Sali up 9,961.6 over the window. Kaporman up 440.75, while
Peak
Anil
power
Sunan has
versus
slipped
steady climb.
23.93.
Lekhangur Sali
Three very
topped at
different velocity profiles.
4,360.5,
And look at the pain
while
tolerance.
Kapor Man's peak
Lekhangur
is
Sali's trough was negative
441.15,
6561.15,
very different
Anilson's
altitude
trough only
ceilings.
negative 45.4, but only one of them climbed out to the top.
Kapurman traded 550 shares across 6 stocks. Anilson just 20 shares across 3. Aggression gap is massive.
Efficiency contrast. Lekhangur Sali 235 shares in a single stock versus Kaporman 550 shares over 6 names. Concentration versus diversification.
3 styles in one arena. Lekhangur Sali, the precision sniper. Kapor Man, the volume grinder. Anil Sanoon, the cautious scaler.
Lekhangur Sali survived a swing from negative 6,561.15 all the way to a 4,360.5 peak. This leader has already ridden the roller coaster.
Kaporman's path is statistically cleaner, a trough of negative 302.9 to a peak of 441.15, tighter variance, controlled ascent.
First versus fourth, 3,400.45 against 441.15 as of 11:56 a.m. ET. If Kapor Man wants that $1,000 first prize, the climb starts now.
3 traders, 3 trajectories, dominance, pursuit, and survival all colliding in the Wick.
With 3400.45, 441.15, and negative 24.78 on the board as of 11:56 a.m. ET, the comparative spread is clear, but the next 4 hours will determine who truly owns this elevator.
Two and a half hours into the Wick, and Lekhangur Sali is still on the throne, up $3,400.45 as of 11:59 a.m. ET with just one clean strike.
Gasping trillionaire 01 at $489 as of 11:59 a.m. ET, clinging to that third place bonus, while Manish Kapoor breathes right behind.
Manish Kapoor at $441.15 as of 11:59 a.m. ET. 13 trades, steady hands, but still outside the payout line.
Or CL just ripped $5,087.37 out of Ravi Kiran Kohli at 11:59 a.m. ET, and the total craters to negative 11332.44 exclamation mark.
Groaning. MDB clipped $3,689.27 at 11:59 a.m. ET, and that's after the earlier hits. Ravi Kiran Kohli is digging deeper by the minute.
At 11:59 a.m. ET, SQQQ extracted $4,215 from Roshan Palan, expanding the total drawdown to negative $7,080. That is leverage decay in real time.
Cargill dropped $11.35 on Sudhishu Dayakumar at 11:59 a.m. ET, pushing the total to negative 1,296.5. One name, heavy damage.
4 different tickers hammering Ravi Kiran Goli in the same minute at 11:59 a.m. ET, ORCL, AMD, MDB. The storm is synchronized. Two and a half hours into the Wick and La Congressali still sits on the throne, up $3,400.45 as of 12:04 p.m. ET with a single decisive strike.
Gasping AMZN just pumped Trillionaire 01 by $335 at 12:03 p.m. ET, and that snaps the total up to 553rd place. Is heating up.
Manish Kapoor at $441.15 as of 12:04 p.m. ET. 13 trades. Steady grind, but the podium gap is tightening above him.
SQQQ slices Chidambara Raja for $26.25 at 12:03 p.m. ET. Total plunging to negative 4,450, and the red storm is raging.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, SQQ hammered Roshan Palan for $3,985, and TQQ clipped another 2705 total damage, now negative 6,680 as of 12:04 p.m. ET.
AMZN keeps punching $1055 gone at 12:03 p.m. ET, and Surishu Dayakumar sinks to negative 1,400.5 as of 12:04 p.m. ET.
And don't forget the depths. Niraj Arora holding at negative $2130 as of 12:04 p.m. ET, still searching for a reversal spark.
Leveraged products are the story. SQQ and TQQ ripping through accounts at 12:03 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja is the latest example of volatility without mercy.
2 hours and 38 minutes into the Wick and Lakhon Gursali is still the high priest of profit, up $3,400.45 as of 12:07 p.m. ET, with just one trade holding the throne.
Gasping, AMD just juiced Chitranshan Chanlani for $368.75 at 12:06 p.m. ET. He rockets to 653.78 total and is breathing down second place. Screaming Abdi again. Another $3,670.94 vaporized at 12:07 p.m. ET, and Ravi Kirangoli is buried at negative 11,641.35. This is a combo chain of pain.
TQQQ detonated for $26.05 at 12:06 p.m. ET against Roshan Palin. He drops to negative 6,450, and the basement floor is cracking.
This podium fight is tightening. Chitransh Chanchlani at $653.78 as of 12:07 p.m. ET is only a handful of ticks behind Rahul Davis.
And don't sleep on Manish Kapoor, $441.15 as of 12:07 p.m. ET. Steady hands, waiting for one surge to snatch that $250 third prize.
3 hours and 52 minutes left in the session, and as of 12:07 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is the anchor at negative 11,641.35. Plenty of time, but gravity is undefeated.
Alpha Man versus Fox in the Wick, ranked 17 against ranked 16. And as of 12:12 p.m. ET, Fox leads with negative $7,450, while Alpha Man trails at negative $10,884.5.
Momentum check. Fox has bled $7,468 over the window, while Alphaman is down $5,113.57 as of 12:12 p.m. ET, so the leader slide is actually steeper.
Trough comparison. Fox bottomed at negative 7,950 before clawing to negative 7,450 at 12:12 p.m. ET, but Alpha Man plunged as deep as negative 16,097.19 and is still stuck at negative 10884.5 exclamation mark.
A Grosjean metric is almost non-existent. 0 shares traded for both, but Alphaman has rotated through 3 stocks versus Fox's 2, and still trails at negative 10,884.5 to negative 7,450 at 12:12 p.m. ET.
And SQQQ slammed Fox for $4,655 at 12:11 p.m. ET, the leader in this matchup taking heavy leverage fire.
Hey, MDB carved out another $3,350.16 from Alphaman at 12:11 p.m. ET. That's concentrated damage stacking on an already negative 10,884.5 profile.
It is survival math now. At 12:12 p.m. ET, Fox needs a $3,434.5 swing just to match Alpha Man's negative 10884.5 while Alpha Man needs that same amount to catch Fox at negative 7,450.
Fox had the cleaner ceiling at positive 1126 earlier this week, but Alphaman's drawdown to negative 16,097.19 shows the wider volatility band, even if he's recovered to negative 10,884.5 by 12:12 p.m. ET.
SQQQ struck again for $4,525 at 12:10 p.m. ET against Fox leverage swings, defining that negative 7,450, standing at 12:12 p.m. ET.
Bottom line at 12:12 p.m. ET, Fox is losing faster this week, but still stands ahead at negative 7,450, while Alphaman's deeper hole at negative 10,884.5 makes this a brutal fight for pride.
It is Lycan Gorsali versus Alpha Man in the Wick, rank 1 against rank 17, a summit clash with 3 hours and 44 minutes left on the clock.
As of 12:16 p.m. ET, Lycan Gorsali stands at $3,400.45, while Alpha Man is at negative $11,341.41, a statistically enormous dispersion between 1st and 17th.
Gasping momentum check since the window opened. Lycan Gorsali has ripped up $9,961.6, while Alpha Man has slid negative $5,570.48 by 12:16 p.m. ET. That is rocket fuel versus reverse thrusters.
Groaning. Alphaman at negative $11,341.41 as of 12:16 p.m. ET. 0 shares traded and 3 stocks on the books, that is exposure without execution.
Consider the swing profiles. Lycan Gorsali peaked at $4,360.5 and troughed at negative 6,561.15, while Alpha Man peaked at negative 5,770.93 and sank to negative 15,956.63 during this window ending 12:16 p.m. ET.
Also at 11:15 a.m. ET, ORCL carved out negative $4,832.85, dragging Alphaman from negative $6,176 to negative $11,008.85. Software can be merciless.
Lakangar Sali's entire $3,400.45 as of 12:16 p.m. ET is realized profit, implying no open risk into the afternoon session.
One trader climbed from negative 6,561.15 to positive 3,400.45 by 12:16 p.m. ET. The other fell from negative 5,770.93 to negative 11,341.41. Same arena, radically different trajectories.
The delta tells the story. Plus $9,961.6 of improvement for Lakangar Sali versus negative $5,570.48 of deterioration for Alphaman as of 12:16 p.m. ET.
Rank 1 with $3,400.45 locked in at 12:16 p.m. ET. Lakangar Sali is protecting that $1,000 first place payout like a vault.
This is the tale of two risk models. Realized green at $3,400.45 for La Congasali versus deep red unrealized at negative $11,341.41 for Alpha Man at 12:16 p.m. ET.
If Alpha Man wants to catch Lakangur Sali before 4 p.m. ET, that negative $11,341.41 at 12:16 p.m. ET has to flip fast because the king of rank 1 is not blinking.
$3 into the Wick and La Congorsali still rules the tower, $3,400.45 as of 12:19 p.m. ET on a single trade. That is untouchable precision.
AMD just printed a $451.25 pop at 12:19 p.m. ET for Chitran Shanchlani semiconductor surge, and the crowd feels it.
Rahul Davis is still parked at $681 as of 12:19 p.m. ET. 28 trades for third place. A lot of motion for a modest climb.
Trillionaire 01 caught the AMZ wave, $319 gained at 12:18 p.m. ET, and climbing to $541 total. That is fourth place pressure.
Groaning TQQ bleeds another $15 at 12:19 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja, now negative $4,420 overall. Leverage is merciless.
And SQQQ hammers him too. $26.05 gone at 12:19 p.m. ET. That is a double leveraged avalanche.
At 12:19 p.m. ET, SQQ subtracts $3,965 from Roshan Palan, pushing the total to negative $6,660, correlation risk fully realized.
IMD follows with another $3,060.30 hit at 12:19 p.m. ET, dragging Ravi Kiran Goli to negative $11,496.96 overall. That's last place by a canyon.
12:23 p.m. ET, and Lacan Gursali still reigns with $3,400.45 on a single trade, one strike total domination at the top of the wick.
AMD just juiced him again, $477.5 printed at 12:22 p.m. ET. Chitransh Chanchlani is farming volatility.
Rahul Davis sits third at $681 as of 12:23 p.m. ET, 28 trades for that number. That's a lot of sweat for bronze.
AMZN Powers Trillionaire 01 higher, $390 gain at 12:22 p.m. ET, lifting the total to $645 and tightening the fight for third.
Groaning. Add AMZN's $11.10 loss at 12:22 p.m. ET, and Sadish Udaya Kumar is now negative $1,722.5 as of 12:23 p.m. ET. That's compounding the hard way.
SQQ detonates for $3,615 at 12:23 p.m. ET on Roshan Palan. Leveraged chaos stacking on chaos.
ORCL removes $4,885.88 from Ravi Kiran Goli at 12:23 p.m. ET, extending the cumulative drawdown and reinforcing last place exposure.
Then MBD strips another $3,580.7 at 12:23 p.m. ET. Ravi Kirangoli is now negative $11,575.35 as of 12:23 p.m. ET. That's a crater, not a dip.
$12:27 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gusali still commands the wick with $3,400.45 on a single trade. Absolute domination at the summit.
AMD just pumped $361.25 at 12:26 p.m. ET for Chitran Chanchlani Semiconductor Spark, and he rockets to $547.85 overall.
Tekawaf. YMSN tossed $356 onto Trillionaire 01 at 12:26 p.m. ET, now sitting at $491 overall. Quiet climb, clean execution. Groaning. And AMZN carved out another $1043 at 12:27 p.m. ET. Sadish Udaya Kumar now negative $1,413.5 as of 12:27 p.m. ET. That's correlation doing damage.
TQQQ detonates for $27.55 down at 12:27 p.m. ET on Roshan Palin leverage lightning strikes again.
And SQQQ slams another $4,055 at 12:27 p.m. ET. Roshan Palan is spiraling to negative $6,810 as of 12:27 p.m. ET.
SciQQQ drains $26.95 at 12:27 p.m. ET from Chidambara Raja, and paired with a $18.75 TQQ hit at 12:27 p.m. ET, he's down to negative $4,570 overall.
The elevator is split, precision green at the top, leverage red cascades at the bottom, and 3 hours 32 minutes left to fight for that $1,000 crown. (12:32 p.m. ET), and like Han Gosali, still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 12:31 p.m. ET. One trade, total control at the summit of the Wick.
At 12:30 p.m. ET, SQQ rips another $4,325 out of Roshan Palan, now negative $7,240 as of 12:31 p.m. ET. That's not a drawdown, that's a demolition.
And at 12:30 p.m. ET, SQQ hammers Chudhamba Raja for $29.65. He falls to negative $5,000 as of 12:31 p.m. ET. The leverage storm is merciless.
Google clipped Sudhishu Dayakumar for $10.92 at 12:28 p.m. ET. He's sitting at negative $13.37 as of 12:31 p.m. ET. Big tech hasn't been kind.
Meanwhile, Trillionaire 01 steadies the green, $491 as of 12:31 p.m. ET, and locked into third place. Quiet pressure building beneath the throne.
Niraj Arora remains at negative $21.30 as of 12:31 p.m. ET. 6 trades, variance unresolved, still mathematically alive but increasingly time-constrained.
12:36 p.m. ET, and La Congusali still sits on the throne with $3,400.45 as of 12:36 p.m. ET. One trade, total domination. The tower will not fall.
AMD pops again at 12:35 p.m. ET, $383.75 green for Chitransh Chantlani. That bumps him to $618.45 as of 12:36 p.m. ET, and he is hunting second.
ORCL detonates at 12:35 p.m. ET, $4,905.57, ripped away from Ravi Kiran Goli. The red is cascading.
Groaning. Add MDB at 12:35 p.m. ET for another $3,674.46 down, and Ravi Kiran Goli is buried at negative $11,449.32 as of 12:36 p.m. ET. That's last place by a mile.
SQQQ strikes at 12:35 p.m. ET, $3,985, a race from Roshan Palin. The inverse wave is ruthless.
Google drops $11.98 at 12:35 p.m. ET on Sudhesh Udayakumar, stacking on earlier AMZN damage. He's sitting at negative $1,490.5 as of 12:36 p.m. ET.
$12:40 p.m. ET, and La Congusali still commands the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 12:40 p.m. ET. One trade, absolute dominance at the summit.
AMD keeps juicing him, another $412.5 at 12:39 p.m. ET. Chitransh Chanchlani is speedrunning the semiconductor volatility.
Rahul Davis sits third at $681 as of 12:40 p.m. ET, 28 trades to defend bronze. That's a lot of churn for a narrow edge.
APP fires back, $737.5 green at 12:39 p.m. ET for Sadish Udaya Kumar, a pulse of life in the middle of the red storm. At 12:39 p.m. ET, TQQ smashes Chidhambara Raja for $17.35, and SQQ drains another $24.95. Leverage crossfire from both sides.
And AMD hammers him again, $3,011.82 vaporized at 12:39 p.m. ET. That ticker is pure volatility gasoline.
At 12:39 p.m. ET, SQQQ deducts $3,855 and TQQ removes another $26.15 from Roshan Palan, correlated leverage compounding downside exposure.
Ravi Kiran Goli anchored at negative $11,773.46 as of 12:40 p.m. ET. The floor is shaking beneath last place, and the comeback mountain is colossal. $12:43 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gorsali still stands alone at $3,400.45 as of 12:43 p.m. ET. One trade, absolute domination at the summit of the Wick.
Rahul Davis is parked at $681 as of 12:43 p.m. ET, 28 trades for third place. That's a lot of clicks for a narrow edge.
AMD spiked $443.75 at 12:40 p.m. ET for Chitran Shanchlani. Semis are still twitchy, and he rode that burst.
Gas big loss alert, $713. Ripped away at 12:41 p.m. ET from Manish Kapoor, flipping him from green to red in a heartbeat.
And Google slammed him for another $1,265 at 12:40 p.m. ET. Double tech turbulence.
TQQ detonates again. $1,685 gone at 12:43 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja. Leverage squeezing every margin.
Concurrently at 12:43 p.m. ET, SQQQ subtracts $24.15 from Chidambara Raja, paired inverse exposure amplifying volatility drag.
And SQQ piles on $3,775, blasted away at 12:43 p.m. ET. That is a leverage blender.
ORCL erupts against Ravi Kiran Goli. $4,848 vaporized at 12:43 p.m. ET, and the deficit widens brutally.
Just 1 minute earlier at 12:42 p.m. ET, MDB extracted $3,459.44 from Ravi Kiran Goli, correlated downside compounding the pressure.
12:47 p.m. ET, and Lakanga Sali still commands the wick with $3,400.45 on a single trade, one strike supremacy at the summit.
AMD punches green at 12:47 p.m. ET, $303.75 pumped into Chitran Chanchlani, and he's up to $518.25 overall as of 12:47 p.m. ET. That's third place locked and twitching.
ORCL detonates for $4,716.2 down at 12:47 p.m. ET on Ravi Kirangoli, and AMD and MDB pile on. He collapses to negative $10,954.73 as of 12:47 p.m. ET. The basement just cracked open.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, SQQQ subtracts $2765 and TQQ removes $1925 from Chidambara Raja. Total damage now negative $4,690 as of 12:47 p.m. ET. Dual inverse exposure amplifying volatility drag.
Alpha Man versus Fox versus Cheetah, ranked 16, 17, and 18 locked together in the Wick, and it is a three-way descent into volatility.
As of 12:52 p.m. ET, Cheetah leads this trio at negative $4,420, while Fox sits at negative $6,660, and AlphaMan trails at negative $11,261.34.
But look at the swing. Cheetah peaked at $11.42 earlier in the window and Fox peaked at $11.26, and now both are deep red by 12:52 p.m. ET.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, ORCL alone dealt AlphaMan a negative $4,770.74 blow, accelerating the drawdown into the current 12:52 p.m. ET total.
Groaning, Fox gets tagged too. TQQQ drained $28.65 at 12:50 p.m. ET, stacking pain on an already negative day.
Gasping risk posture is identical. Zero realized for all three, everything unrealized, which means AlphaMan, Fox, and Cheetah are all floating their fate at 12:52 p.m. ET.
Activity is muted as well. 0 shares traded for each of them in this window, with AlphaMan touching 3 stocks while Fox and Cheetah each touched 2.
Compare the troughs. Cheetah bottomed at negative $5,420, while AlphaMan cratered to negative $17,316.38 earlier in the window. Two very different depths of despair.
And yet both Cheetah and Fox were green at their peaks earlier this week, over $1,000 each, and now they are fighting just to limit damage by 12:52 p.m. ET.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, TQQQ subtracted $19.05 from Cheetah, reinforcing how concentrated exposure has shaped the current negative $4,420 standing as of 12:52 p.m. ET.
AlphaMan is down $5,490.41 on the week, while Fox is down $6,678, and that sharper slide is why Fox cannot overtake him despite similar inactivity.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, SQQ alone cost Fox $4,105, underscoring how inverse exposure has driven the negative $6,660 position as of 12:52 p.m. ET.
Groaning, the real story is survival. Cheetah has limited the weekly damage to $4,417.5, while AlphaMan's slide is steeper, and that relative control keeps rank 16 intact.
$12:56 p.m. ET, and Lacan Gusily still commands the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 12:56 p.m. ET. One trade, absolute dominance at the summit.
And Chaitran Chanchlani is right there at $538.95 as of 12:56 p.m. ET. Only 2 trades, and he is breathing down second place.
Trillionaire 01 sits at $491 as of 12:56 p.m. ET, 21 trades to grind into fourth. Consistent but not exactly explosive.
At 12:55 p.m. ET, TQQ rips $29.65 from Roshan Palin. Leverage Lightning striking the same account again.
ORCL unloads $4,726.8 at 12:55 p.m. ET on Ravi Kiran Goli, and that account is now negative $11,233.06 as of 12:56 p.m. ET. That's last place with gravity.
That 12:55 p.m. ET, Google subtracts $11.24 from Sudhesh Udayakumar, partially offset by an $833.5 AAPL gain at 12:55 p.m. ET. Net volatility without structural recovery.
1 p.m. Eastern, and Lakanga Sali still sits on the throne with $3,400.45 as of 1 p.m. ET1 trade. Total domination in the Wick.
Trillionaire 01 at $491 as of 1 p.m. ET. Quietly, third place, no fireworks, just hanging around waiting for someone above to slip.
MDB just ripped $3,533.46 out at 12:59 p.m. ET from Ravi Kirangoli, another volatility spike, and the account is getting shredded.
And at 12:57 p.m. ET, ORCL detonated for $4,704.08 down on Ravi Kirangoli. This is cascading downside momentum.
Gatsby QQ slammed Roshan Palan for $4,195 at 12:58 p.m. ET. Leveraged whiplash, and it is brutal.
1 minute earlier, at 12:57 p.m. ET, TQQQ extracted $29.15 from Roshan Palan, paired leverage amplifying directional error.
SQQQ strikes again at 12:58 p.m. ET, $28.35, a race from Chidambara Raja. The inverse storm will not let up.
And Google clipped him for $11.54 at 12:57 p.m. ET. Correlated tech exposure, textbook pain.
As of 1 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli stands at negative $11,010.21 overall, drawdown clustering across MDB, ORCL and AMD within minutes.
It is Alpha Man versus Fox in the Wick, and as of 1:04 p.m. ET, Fox leads at rank 17 with negative $6,890, while Alpha Man trails at rank 18 with negative $11,000.9.
Momentum check. Alpha Man has slid negative $5,229.97 over the window, while Fox is down negative $6,908 as of 1:04 p.m. ET. Technically, Fox fell harder, yet still holds the higher rank.
Alpha Man's best was negative $5,770.93. and worst negative 17096.57, comma, while Fox ranged from positive 1126 down to negative 7390. Fox fights in a tighter arena.
Activity is minimal. 0 shares traded recently for both. Yet Alphaman has touched 3 stocks versus Fox at 2. Slightly broader exposure, significantly worse outcome.
1 minute earlier, at 12:02 p.m. ET, MBD slammed Alphaman for negative $3,500.33, back-to-back body blows.
High, and at 12:02 p.m. ET, SQQ carved negative $4,055 out of Fox. That is where the floor gave way.
Also at 12:02 p.m. ET, TQQQ struck Fox for negative $27.55, paired leverage amplifying directional pain.
So who is bleeding faster, Alphaman eating tech drawdowns or Fox wrestling leveraged ETFs? As of 1:04 p.m. ET, Fox survives by about 4 grand.
Rank 17 versus rank 18. Both red, both slipping, but Fox still holds the higher ground at 1:04 p.m. ET.
Statistically speaking, Fox demonstrated upside capacity with that $11.26 peak earlier in the week, whereas Alphaman's distribution never crossed 0.
3 stocks for Alphaman, 2 for Fox, 0 shares moving right now. This is a staring contest at negative altitude.
Alphaman sits at negative $11,000.9 as of 1:04 p.m. ET, and those ORCL and MBD hits just minutes ago explain the spiral.
With 2 hours and 56 minutes left in the session, the statistical probability of rank flip between 17 and 18 remains very much alive.
Alphaman versus Fox, both slipping, both red, but only one can escape the basement before the bell.
(1:08 p.m. ET), and Lacan Gasali still commands the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 1:08 p.m. ET. One trade, absolute throne control.
Rahul Davis parked in third at $681 as of 1:08 p.m. ET, 28 trades to get there. That's a lot of tire spin for bronze.
At 1:07 p.m. ET, SQQ just obliterates Roshan Palan for $3,745 down, leveraged whiplash straight to the floor.
And TQQ piles on at 1:07 p.m. ET. Another $25.35 ripped away from Roshan Palan. The double leverage storm shows no mercy.
Groaning. Then AMD clips him for $2,978.49 at 1:07 p.m. ET. Ravi Kirangoli is buried at negative $11,488.29 as of 1:08 p.m. ET. Dead last and digging.
SQQQ strikes Chidambara Raja for $23.85 at 1:07 p.m. ET. The inverse blade cuts deep again.
And concurrently at 1:07 p.m. ET, TQQQ removes $16.55 from Chidambara Raja, paired exposure amplifying downside beta.
Neeraj Arora sits at negative $21.30 as of 1:08 p.m. ET, 6 trades in and still searching for daylight.
It is 1:12 p.m. ET, and the tower trembles. Lakangur Sali stands first at $3,400.45. Rahul underscore is second at $681, and Alpha Man is down at negative $10,954.13 as of 1:12 p.m. ET.
Pi Lakango Sali sits at $3,400.45 as of 1:12 p.m. ET, fully realized, zero unrealized risk. That's clean accounting in a dirty market.
Growing. Alpha Man is staring at negative $10,954.13 as of 1:12 p.m. ET, and that entire number is unrealized exposure hanging in the air.
One trade and 235 shares for Lakango Sali versus 4,200 shares for Rahul underscore $3,400.45 versus $681 as of 1:12 p.m. ET. Efficiency versus effort.
Peak to trough tells the saga. Lakanga Sali climbed from negative $6,561.15 to a $4,360.5 peak. Rahul underscore rebounded from negative $561.5 to $681. And Alpha Man slid from negative $5,770.93 down to negative $17,687.07. Rank 1 versus Rank 2, $3,400.45 for Lakan Gusali and $681 for Rahul underscore as of 1:12 p.m. ET. The gap is real, but the chase is alive.
Groaning Lakango Sali trading one stock and sitting at $3,400.45 at 1:12 p.m. ET. Alpha Man juggling three and drowning at negative $10,954.13. Concentration versus chaos.
3 hours and 42 minutes into the Wick, and with 2 hours 48 minutes left, this prize pool is staring at a $1,000 first place payout.
If Rahul underscore wants to mathematically challenge $3,400.45 at 1:12 p.m. ET, the pace must accelerate beyond the current $681 standing.
For Alpha Man to climb from negative $10,954.13 at 1:12 p.m. ET to Rahul underscore at $681, that's a canyon of risk that has to be crossed before the closing bell.
$1:16 p.m. ET, and Lakango Asali still commands the Wick, $3,400.45 as of 1:16 p.m. ET on a single trade. One bullet, still the throne.
AMD explodes again at 1:15 p.m. ET, $315 green for Chetransh Chanklani. That is pure semiconductor momentum.
Go added another $322.58 at 1:14 p.m. ET for Chitransh Chanklani. Measured tech exposure, not spray and pray.
But ORCL detonates at 1:15 p.m. ET, $4,554.09 vaporized from Ravi Kirangoli. The downside vortex is back.
Groaning. MDB clipped him for $3,528.53 at 1:14 p.m. ET. When multiple growth names line up against you, that's structural pain.
At 1:15 p.m. ET, SQQQ extracts $26.05 from Chidambara Raja, leveraged inverse exposure amplifying intraday variance.
SQQ crushes Roshan Palan for $3,965 at 1:15 p.m. ET. The inverse beast shows no mercy.
Google drains another $13.08 at 1:14 p.m. ET from Sudhishu Dayakumar. Big tech exposure without timing. Expensive lesson.
As of 1:16 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli sits at negative $10,882.23 overall, the largest drawdown on the board, statistically distant from recovery.
One twenty p.m. ET and Lacan Gursali still commands the Wick, $3,400.45 as of 1:20 p.m. ET on a single trade. One strike, total control of the $1,000 throne.
Trillionaire01 sits third at $491 as of 1:20 p.m. ET, steady, but watching second place drift just out of reach.
TQQ just nuked Chidambara Raja for $1,965 at 1:20 p.m. ET, and SQQ piled on another $2,825 at 1:20 p.m. ET. That is a leveraged blender.
Net result, Chidambara Raja now stands at negative $4,790 as of 1:20 p.m. ET, dual exposure to TQQQ and SQQ amplifying downside convexity.
Groaning. That pushes Roshan Palan to negative $7,030 as of 1:20 p.m. ET. When both sides of the levered trade lose, it's not hedging, it's hemorrhaging.
Gasping AMD slams Ravi Kiran Goli for $2,767.91 at 1:20 p.m. ET. He is spiraling to negative $10,736.7 as of 1:20 p.m. ET. That chart is straight down.
SQQQ chips away again. $350 gone at 1:20 p.m. ET for SVR Raju. The pressure keeps building in the lower ranks.
Meanwhile, Niraj Arora holds at negative $2,130 as of 1:20 p.m. ET, 6 trades and still stuck in the undertow.
2 hours 40 minutes left in the session, and Lekan Gursali is still chilling at $3,400.45 as of 1:20 p.m. ET. Everyone else is fighting for scraps.
1:24 p.m. ET in Lacan Gorsely still commands the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 1:24 p.m. ET, one trade, absolute domination at the summit.
Gas ping Chitransh Chanchlani at $580.57 as of 1:24 p.m. ET, only about $100 behind second. That podium fight is twitching.
Trillionaire 01 sitting fourth at $491 as of 1:24 p.m. ET, steady, patient and waiting for someone above to slip.
At 1:23 p.m. ET SQQ, obliterates Roshan Palin for $4,215, leverage lightning straight to the portfolio.
Concurrently at 1:23 p.m. ET, SQQQ removed $28.55 from Chidambara Raja, correlated downside exposure accelerating.
And TQQ clipped another $19.75 at 1:23 p.m. ET from Chidambara Raja. That's what happens when you dance with both sides of a chainsaw.
AMD strikes at 1:21 p.m. ET, $2,705.79, gone for Ravi Kirangoli. The semiconductor hammer comes down.
Ravi Kiran Goli now sits at negative $10,943.94 as of 1:24 p.m. ET, dead last and digging.
At 1:21 p.m. ET, Google deducted $12.53 from Satish Udayakumar, reinforcing the persistent large-cap drawdown trend.
Down the board, Niraj Arora is negative $21.30 as of 1:24 p.m. ET. There is still time, but the climb is steep. Three hours 54 minutes in, 2 hours 36 to go. The elevator is shaking, and the Wick crown is still blazing at the top. $1:28 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gorsali still rules the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 1:28 p.m. ET, one trade iron grip, the throne untouched.
TQQ rips another $18.15 at 1:27 p.m. ET from Chidambara Raja, leveraged whiplash, and he is spiraling deeper into the red.
And QQ stacks on $26.05 down at 1:27 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja, playing both sides of the triple leverage and losing to both.
TQQ detonates for $26.95 down at 1:27 p.m. ET on Roshan Palin. The elevator cable is snapping under leverage pressure.
ORCL cuts $4,554.09 at 1:27 p.m. ET from Ravi Kirangoli. Big tech exposure, big tech consequences.
1 minute earlier, At 1:26 p.m. ET, AMD subtracted $2,857.29 from Ravi Kiran Goli, correlated downside across semiconductors and enterprise software.
And Giogul already blasted $1,364 away at 1:24 p.m. ET. Suresh Udayakumar caught in a twin tech crossfire.
Meanwhile, Trillionaire 01 is parked at $491 as of 1:28 p.m. ET. No fireworks, just steady survival while others light themselves on fire.
The bottom of the tower is shaking. Ravi Kiran Goli sits at negative $10,833.31 as of 1:28 p.m. ET, the deepest drawdown in the Wick right now. It is 1:32 p.m. ET, and we are 4 hours deep into the Wick. Now it is Chidda versus Fox in a straight-up rank 18 versus rank 19 showdown.
Momentum check. Chidda down $4,517.5 on the week versus Fox down $6,778 as of 1:32 p.m. ET. Both slipping, but Fox is bleeding faster.
Trough analysis: Chidda hit negative $5,370 at 12:10 p.m. ET, whereas Fox sank deeper to negative $7,890 at 11:21 a.m. ET. Statistically, Fox endured the harsher nadir.
1 minute ago at 1:31 p.m. ET, SQQ carved $4,165 out of Fox. That is not a paper cut, that is arterial.
Both of them are fully unrealized too. Zero realized, all floating red at 1:32 p.m. ET. Chidda negative 4,520. Fox negative 6,760. No exits, just exposure.
Rank 18 versus 19 and only $22.40 separate Chidda and Fox at 1:32 p.m. ET. This is a knife fight in the red zone.
At 1:30 p.m. ET, TQQ hit Fox for $28.65 down. That kind of leverage does not forgive hesitation.
And at 1:30 p.m. ET, SQQ smacked Chid for $28.55. Both sides of the leverage coin are landing on pain.
Comparative resilience, Cheetah's worst point was negative 5,370. Fox's was negative 7,890. Yet at 1:32 p.m. ET, Cheetah has recovered more ground off the lows.
At 1:29 p.m. ET, SQQQ drained $4,145 from Fox. Back-to-back hits like that explain the negative 6,760 we see at 1:32 p.m. ET.
From their respective peaks of 1387 for Cheetah and 1126 for Fox earlier this week, to negative territory at 1:32 p.m. ET, the volatility arc is nearly symmetrical, yet Fox's drawdown magnitude remains statistically larger.
Welcome to the Wick Traders Compare Showdown, Alpha Man versus Fox, rank 20 versus rank 19, and the gap is razor thin.
As of 1:36 p.m. ET, Fox holds rank 19 at negative $6,790, while Alpha Man trails at rank 20 with negative $10,785.81, both locked in red territory.
And at 1:35 p.m. ET, TQQ smashed Fox for $2,835, shoving him to negative $7,010 on that leverage swing.
Momentum check, Alpha Man down $5,014.88 on the window, while Fox has slipped $6,808. Fox bleeding faster despite the higher rank.
Risk posture is identical and brutal. Both Alpha Man and Fox sitting on zero realized and fully unrealized losses, meaning none of this pain has been closed out.
Gasping at 1:35 p.m. ET, OCL detonated for $4,555.61 against Alpha Man, cascading his position down to negative $10,732.83.
Meanwhile, at 1:35 p.m. ET, SQQ called $4,175 out of Fox, locking him at negative $7,010 in pure inverse chaos.
Bottom line, Fox is ahead by rank and smaller deficit, but his weekly slide is steeper than Alpha Man's, and that's a dangerous trajectory.
AMD piled on at 1:33 p.m. ET with a $2,810.33 hit to Alpha Man, driving him to negative $10,811.1 in that moment.
This is a red-on-red duel. Alpha Man deeper in the hole overall. Fox slipping faster this week, and only one rank separating them in the wick.
Neither has locked a single dollar of realized profit. Alpha Man sitting at negative $10,785.81 and Fox at negative $6,790 as of 1:36 p.m. ET. All exposure still open.
Peak to trough brutality. Alpha Man swung nearly $12,000 between high and low. Fox about $9,000. Volatility carving both sides.
Statistically, Fox maintains structural advantage via rank and smaller net deficit, yet Alpha Man's weekly decline is less severe, suggesting marginally slower decay.
At 1:32 p.m. ET, AMD clipped another $2,855.78 from Alpha Man, sending him to negative $10,852.37, no relief in sight.
One forty p.m. ET, and Lacan Goursely stands tall at $3,400.45 as of 1:40 p.m. ET, rank 1 in the Wick with total control.
Momentum check. Lekangursali has ripped $9,961.6 higher over the window, but Rahul underscore has only added $684 as of 1:40 p.m. ET. Same green vibe, totally different velocity.
Wrist posture is crystal clear at 1:40 p.m. ET. All three are fully realized, zero unrealized hanging over them, but only Lacan Goursely has stacked $3,400.45 in locked gains.
Gasping activity monster alert. Rahul underscore has traded 4,200 shares and Trillionaire 01 3,600 shares by 1:40 p.m. ET. Meanwhile, the leader barely touched 235.
Rank 1 versus Rank 2 at 1:40 p.m. ET. $3,400.45 for Lakan Goursely against $681 for Rahul underscore. That is a canyon, not a crack.
It is a duel for second at 1:40 p.m. ET, $681 for Rahul underscore and $491 for Trillionaire 01. Just $190 separating silver from bronze.
Shares traded tell the personality story at 1:40 p.m. ET, 235 for Lakan Goursely, 4,200 for Rahul underscore, 3,600 for Trillionaire 01. Precision versus pressure.
Rahul underscore is locked at $681 as of 1:40 p.m. ET, active, aggressive, and still hunting that $1,000 gap.
Gasping all green across the board at 1:40 p.m. ET, but only one thrown $3,400.45 versus 681 versus 491. The elevator only has room for one champion.
2 hours and 20 minutes left in the session, and at 1:40 p.m. ET, it is still Lakan Goursely at $3,400.45 versus Rahul underscore at $681. The chase is alive.
But right now at 1:40 p.m. ET, it is still $3,400.45 for Lakan Goursely Kam, calculated and crushing the field.
At 1:40 p.m. ET, the board reads 3400.45, 681 and $491 Lakan Goursely, Rahul underscore and Trillionaire 01. First place looks comfortable, but second and third are a knife fight.
One 1:44 p.m. Eastern, and Lakan Goursely still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 1:44 p.m. ET1 trade. Iron grip on the Wick throne.
Gasping, Go just pumped $326.7 at 1:41 p.m. ET for Chitransh Chanchlani. That bounce rockets him to $323.43 overall as of 1:44 p.m. ET, and he is clawing up the table.
At 1:43 p.m. ET, TQQ ripped $1945 out of Chidambara Raja, and SQQ carved another $2785. He spirals to negative $4,840 as of 1:44 p.m. ET. The leverage storm will not stop.
Groaning. QQ gutted $4,145 and TQ QQ drained $28.25 at 1:43 p.m. ET for Roshan Palan. He's sitting at negative $7,080 as of 1:44 p.m. ET. That's what happens when you juggle chainsaws.
(1:48 p.m. Eastern), and Lakan Gosali still reigns over the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 1:47 p.m. ET1 trade. Total command of the $1,000 first prize.
TSLA just juiced Harsh Goyal for $602 at 1:47 p.m. ET. One hit wonder and he rockets into third place.
And TSLA doubles the thunder. Madhav S. Ravi locks in $584 at 1:47 p.m. ET, climbing in the fourth and breathing fire on the podium.
Trillionaire 01 is parked at $491 as of 1:47 p.m. ET, 21 trades of grind and still outside the money spots.
That AMD downgrade leaves Ravi Kiran Goli at negative $10,438.34 as of 1:47 p.m. ET, deepest drawdown on the board, statistically detached from the field.
And TQQQ drags another $3,035 out of Roshan Palan at 1:47 p.m. ET. He's sitting at negative $7,500 as of 1:47 p.m. ET. That's what triple leverage does on a bad day.
The cumulative effect places Chidambara Raja at negative $5,260 as of 1:47 p.m. ET, correlated inverse exposure compounding volatility drag.
One 52 p.m. Eastern, and Lakhanga Sali still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 1:52 p.m. ET. One trade, total command of the Wick.
TSLA just paid Harsh Goyal $532 at 1:51 p.m. ET, and that single burst rockets him to $489 total as of 1:52 p.m. ET.
And right behind him, Madhav Sravi squeezes $514 out of TSLA at 1:51 p.m. ET, surgical efficient, and now sitting at $471 as of 1:52 p.m. ET.
But the volatility crown belongs to Ravi Kiran Goli. ORCL detonates for negative $4,572.27 at 1:51 p.m. ET.
As of 1:52 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is buried at negative $10,491.17 overall concentrated exposure, predictable outcome.
1:50 p.m. ET, Google extracted $1233 from Satish Udaya Kumar, deepening a multi-symbol slide across big tech.
And AMZN struck the same minute, negative $1012 at 1:50 p.m. ET. The tech titans are not merciful today.
Groaning. SecQQ drains $29.75 from Chidambara Raja at 1:50 p.m. ET. Another reminder that inverse leverage cuts both ways.
Meanwhile, the middle of the board compresses. As of 1:52 p.m. ET, Trillionaire 01 holds $491, with Harsh Goyal at $489 and Madhav S. Ravi at $471, a remarkably tight cluster below second.
(1:56 p.m. ET), and Locongoosly still reigns supreme with $3,400.45 as of 1:56 p.m. ET. One trade, total domination at the top of the wick.
Gasping TSLA just printed another surge, $542 of profit at 1:55 p.m. ET for Madhav Ravi. That pop keeps him glued to the top three.
TSLA wasn't gentle on the ladder either. $599 up at 1:54 p.m. ET for Harsh Goyal. Clean strike, efficient, no drama.
But at 1:55 p.m. ET, SQQ detonated for negative $3,035 on Chidambara Raja. Leverage inverse chaos ripping through the lower ranks.
Groaning. TQQ stripped $29.95 at 1:55 p.m. ET from Roshan Palan, and SQQ carved another $4,395 at 1:55 p.m. ET. That's not hedging, that's hemorrhaging.
MBD slams again, $3,242.30 down at 1:53 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. The floor keeps dropping out beneath him.
Sighing, zoom out to 1:56 p.m. ET. Chidambara Raja sits at negative $5,280 overall. Leveraged bets without timing are just expensive lessons.
And as of 1:56 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli anchors the table at negative $10,166.19. Drawdown persistence with just over 2 hours left in the session.
2 p.m. Eastern in Lacan Gorsely still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 2 p.m. ET one trade, total throne control in the Wick.
As of 2 p.m. ET, Madhav S. Ravi holds second at $734, the entirety of it derived from TSLA, efficient capital deployment, minimal churn.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, TSLA rockets Harsh Goyal up $629, straight green candle energy blasting him into fourth.
Gasping at 1:59 p.m. ET, AMZN hammers Sudesh Udayakumar for $967 down. Big tech volatility is unforgiving.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, SQQ slices $4,515 out of Roshan Palan, and TQQ shaves off another $3,075. This is leveraged chaos on turbo mode.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, ORCL collapses $4,396.53 on Ravi Kiran Gali, while MDB concurrently extracts $3,250.05 correlated enterprise tech exposure, accelerating the drawdown.
Niraj Arora anchored at negative $21.30 as of 2 p.m. ET, 6 trades and still underwater. That's a tough tape.
Gasping Vaishnav Ajit at negative $22 as of 2 p.m. ET with 0 trades, just vibing at the edge of the red zone.
Statistically, Lakan Gursali's $3,400.45 lead as of 2 p.m. ET represents a multi-standard deviation separation from second place, an unusually stable apex in a volatile field.
$2:04 p.m. ET and Lakan Gursely still reigns over the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 2:04 p.m. ET, one trade, total domination.
Rahul Davis grinding in third with $681 as of 2:04 p.m. ET, 28 trades for bronze positioning. That is mileage.
Gasping at 1:02 p.m. ET, GOG pumped $343.2 into Chitransh Chanchlani. He rockets to $520.23 as of 2:04 p.m. ET and keeps that top 5 dream alive.
MU flips the script at 1:02 p.m. ET, $352 green for Behev Jew Doe 5 on damage. Damage control in motion, even if the total still reads negative $275 as of 2:04 p.m. ET.
SQQQ again at 1:03 p.m. ET, $29.05, ripped out of Chidambara Raja. Leveraged chaos, and he is sinking to negative $4,970 as of 2:04 p.m. ET.
RCL detonates at 1:03 p.m. ET, $4,417.74, a race from Ravi Kirangoli. He is last on the board at negative $10,263.75 as of 2:04 p.m. ET.
Gaskim Niraj Arora down at negative $21.30 as of 2:04 p.m. ET. 6 trades and still hunting for traction with under 2 hours left.
And Vaishnava Jeeth, flat on activity, rests at negative $6 as of 2:04 p.m. ET, technically one decent micro trade away from re-entering positive territory.
It is 2:08 p.m. ET, and the wick trembles. Lahan Gasali stands first at $3,400.45, Fox at negative $7,220, and Alpha Man at negative $10,155.15 as of 2:08 p.m. ET.
Lakangasali sitting at $3,400.45 as of 2:08 p.m. ET, and every cent of it realized, zero unrealized baggage.
And at 1:07 p.m. ET, TQQ ripped negative $29.85 from Fox Leverage without mercy.
Contrast the posture. Lakan Gursali, fully realized at $3,400.45 at 2:08 p.m. ET, while Alphaman's negative $10,155.15 at 2:08 p.m. ET remains entirely unrealized exposure.
Screaming La Sali climbed from a trough of negative 6,561.15 to 3400.45, while Fox peaked at 1126 before crashing to negative 7,220 by 2:08 p.m. ET. That's opposite trajectories.
At 1:06 p.m. ET, ORCL carved negative $4,405.62 from Alphaman, single name concentration amplifying downside variance.
1:07 p.m. ET again. SQQQ drains negative $4,385 from Fox. That's how a red day turns darker.
Gasping momentum split. Lakangur Sali up 9,961.6 over the window to 3,400.45 at 2:08 p.m. ET, while Alphaman slides negative 4,384.22 to negative 10,155.15 at 2:08 p.m. ET.
Alpha Man holding 3 stocks and Fox holding 2, yet both sit fully unrealized at negative 10,155.15 and negative 7,220 respectively at 2:08 p.m. ET.
MDB hits at 1:06 p.m. ET, negative $3,137.96 on Alphaman. The bleed just compounds.
One trader green and realized that 3400.45, 2 traders red and unrealized at negative 10,155.15 and negative 7,220 as of 2:08 p.m. ET. The Wick demands conviction.
Groaning. Fox fell to a trough of negative 7,260 and Alphaman to negative 16,260.77 earlier in the window, and they're still sitting negative 7,220 and negative 10,155.15 at 2:08 p.m. ET.
Two 12 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gusli still reigns at $3,400.45 as of 2:12 p.m. ET. One trade, one throne, absolute dominance.
Gasping Rahul Davis grinding with 28 trades and sitting at $681 as of 2:12 p.m. ET. He is spamming the ladder trying to crack that top 2.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, TQQQ ripped $1975 out of Chidambara Raja. Leverage products don't forgive hesitation.
And SQQ follows with another $28.45 gone at 2:11 p.m. ET. Chidambar Raja caught in a double inverse crossfire.
And at that same 2:11 p.m. ET mark, TQQQ drains another $28.55 from Roshan Palan. When both sides bleed, it's structural, not unlucky.
At 2:10 p.m. ET, MDB subtracted $3,184.49 from Ravi Kiran Goli, single name concentration amplifying downside variance.
Gasping, and at 2:11 p.m. ET, AMD hammers him for another $2,669.43. Ravi Kiran Goli is getting comboed by tech.
At 2:09 p.m. ET, Google carved out $14.39 from Sudhishu Dayakumar. Mega cap names can still cut deep.
NVDA reversed $395 against Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 2:10 p.m. ET, a sharp gamma snap shifting him back into drawdown territory.
It is 2:16 p.m. ET, and this is the clash. Rahul Davis versus Niraj Arora, rank 3 against rank 17 in the Wick.
As of 2:15 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at $681, while Niraj Arora sits at negative $2130. Same snapshot, radically different altitude.
Rahul Davis peaked at $681 at 10:47 a.m. ET today, but Niraj Arora once blasted up to $2,695.5 at 2:46 p.m. ET on March 9th. That swing is insane.
The trough contrast is brutal. Rahul Davis bottomed at negative $840.5 at 11:05 a.m. ET on March 11th, whereas Niraj Arora has slid to negative $2130 as of 2:15 p.m. ET.
A groaning favors Niraj Arora. 6,000 shares traded versus Rahul Davis at 4,200 shares as of 2:15 p.m. ET. More size, worse outcome.
Gasping Rahul Davis is green and improving $681 on the board as of 2:15 p.m. ET and holding that rank 3 pressure
Niraj
line.
Arora, by contrast, remains in the red at negative $2130 as of 2:15 p.m. ET. Momentum officially classified as slipping.
Both traded exactly 2 stocks as of 2:15 p.m. ET, yet the capital efficiency gap is enormous. Same breadth, opposite execution quality.
Rahul Davis climbed from negative territory earlier in the week to $681 at 2:15 p.m. ET, while Niraj Arora round trip from a $2,695.5 high to negative $2,130.
Statistically, Rahul Davis shows improving momentum with a $684 positive delta into 2:15 p.m. ET, suggesting controlled risk deployment.
With 1 hour and 44 minutes left in the session, Rahul Davis protects $681 at 2:15 p.m. ET, while Niraj Arora stares at negative $2,130. This is pressure versus desperation.
From peak to trough geometry, Rahul Davis contained drawdown under $1,000 before recovering to $681 at 2:15 p.m. ET, whereas Niraj Arora traversed nearly $5,000 from peak to current deficit.
Rahul Davis at $681 as of 2:15 p.m. ET. This is what controlled aggression looks like in the Wick.
And Niraj Arora at negative $2,130 as of 2:15 p.m. ET. He needs a miracle run in the final stretch.
$2:20 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gorsali still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 2:20 p.m. ET. One trade, one strike, and the $1,000 throne is untouched.
Gasping Rahul Davis at $681 as of 2:20 p.m. ET with 28 trades. He is grinding for that $500 second place payout.
At 1:15 p.m. ET, Guoji paid Chitrunch Chanklani $369.6. Clean execution pushing him to $519.53 as of 2:20 p.m. ET. Quiet climb, solid tape read.
At 1:17 p.m. ET, MU rockets $616 for BHUV 25 and that. That is a pulse of life in the red zone.
And at 1:19 p.m. ET, QQQ rips another $28.25 away from Roshan Palan. Both sides of the lever are on fire.
At 1:19 p.m. ET, Or CL slices $4,440.47 from Ravi Kiran Goli, enterprise software turning into enterprise pain.
AMD detonates for $2,719.43 against Ravi Kirangoli at 1:19 p.m. ET semiconductor shockwaves, rocking the basement ranks.
At 1:19 p.m. ET, TQQQ removed $1945 from Chidambara Raja, leveraged beta exposure continuing its negative convexity spiral.
Thang then set QQ claws back $27.95 at 1:19 p.m. ET from Chidambara Raja. Playing both sides of leverage is not a hedge, it is a hazard.
As of 2:20 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli sits at negative $10,303.26, last place, and the elevator cables are snapping.
Groaning, Sudhesh Udayakumar holds negative $15.57 as of 2:20 p.m. ET. No new trades logged, just the weight of earlier tech damage.
Meanwhile, Harsh Goyal stands at $629 as of 2:20 p.m. ET, only about $100 off the podium, a statistically reachable ascent with 90 minutes remaining.
$2:24 p.m. ET and Lakangusali still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 2:24 p.m. ET. One trade, total domination, the $1,000 first prize glowing in reach.
Gasping at 2:23 p.m. ET, SQQ flips the script for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. $305 ripped back into the account in a single burst.
Meanwhile, at 2:23 p.m. ET, TQQQ slices $21.85 out of Chidambara Raja, trying to play leverage roulette again.
Concurrently, at 2:23 p.m. ET, SQQQ deducts $3,135 from Chidambara Raja, dual exposure to inverse and leveraged Nasdaq instruments amplifying variance.
And SQQ piles on at 2:23 p.m. ET, $4,495 vaporized from Roshan Palan. That's a double inverse implosion.
At 2:23 p.m. ET, MDB drains another $3,178.14 from Ravi Kiran Goli. Every bounce looks like an exit liquidity event.
1 minute earlier, at 2:22 p.m. ET, AMD removed $2,561.87 from Ravi Kiran Goli, semiconductor beta compounding the drawdown.
2:28 p.m. ET in Leander Sali still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 2:28 p.m. ET. One trade, total control. The throne is fortified.
Rahul Davis at $681 as of 2:28 p.m. ET with 28 trades, volume goblin energy, but still chasing that second place jump.
The red line starts with Vaishnav Ajith at negative $34 as of 2:28 p.m. ET. No trades logged. Just watching the elevator move without him.
At 2:27 p.m. ET, TQQ rips $2075 out of Chidambara Raja. Leverage turbulence, refusing to let him breathe.
Gaspin at 2:27 p.m. ET, SQQ smacks him for another $29.85. Double exposure, double damage. The inverse storm is real.
At 2:26 p.m. ET, SQQ drained $4,395 from Roshan Palan. That is not volatility, that is structural damage.
At 2:25 p.m. ET, MBD slashes $3,152.06 from Ravi Kirangoli. The basement just cracked open again.
At 2:27 p.m. ET, Google carves $1428 out of Sudhesh Udaya Kumar. Big tech has been merciless all afternoon.
And at 2:24 p.m. ET, AMZN deducted $958 from Sudhesh Udaya Kumar, reinforcing the same mega-cap downside vector.
$2:32 p.m. ET, and Leander Sali is still the monarch of the Wick. $3,400.45 as of 2:32 p.m. ET, and nobody is even close.
28 trades and $681 at 2:32 p.m. ET. Rahul Davis is speedrunning the ladder while the rest are tiptoeing.
Harsh Goyal sitting at $629 as of 2:32 p.m. ET with just 3 trades, measured, patient and not lighting money on fire.
But down in the basement, Ravi Kirangoli just got obliterated on ORCL for $4,520.76 at 2:32 p.m. ET, an absolute detonation.
At 2:31 p.m. ET, SQQ ripped $2,995 out of Chidambara Raja, leverage decay doing what it does best.
Concurrently at 2:31 p.m. ET, TQQ imposed an additional $2,085 loss on Chidambara Raja, symmetrical volatility across inverse instruments.
Roshan Palin is getting whipped by both sides of the leverage coin. SQQ smashed him for $4,355 at 2:31 p.m. ET.
At 2:27 p.m. ET, Google deteriorated by $1,428 for Satish Udayakumar, expanding his deficit to negative $1,595.5 as of 2:32 p.m. ET.
Do not ignore fifth place Trillionaire 01 at $491 as of 2:32 p.m. ET with 21 trades, grinding for that $250 third place prize.
Groaning Vaishnav Ajith at negative $29.5 as of 2:32 p.m. ET with 0 trades logged. Sometimes the safest trade is no trade.
With 1 hour 28 minutes left in the session, Lakan Gosali commands a canyon-sized lead at 2:32 p.m. ET. 1 trade, maximum damage, absolute dominance. $2:36 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gosali is still king of the Wick, $3,400.45, locked as of 2:36 p.m. ET, a 1-trade masterclass holding the $1,000 first prize line.
Zahul Davis at $681 as of 2:36 p.m. ET with 28 trades. He is spamming the arena and he is only $53 off second place.
Harsh Goyal sits at $629 as of 2:36 p.m. ET, 3 trades. Efficient, but he needs another clean strike to touch that $500 second place payout.
At 2:35 p.m. ET, TQQ rips $29.35 out of Roshan Palin, dragging him deeper into the abyss in 1 leverage punch.
Observe the correlation shock. At 2:35 p.m. ET, TQQQ costs Chidambara Raja $20.55, a synchronized drawdown amid leveraged volatility.
Screaming detonates at 2:35 p.m. ET, $2,622.47, ripped from Ravi Kiran Kohli, and the floor just disappears.
And ORCL follows at 2:35 p.m. ET with a $4,508.64 strike against Ravi Kiran Kohli. Tech volatility is preaching chaos.
The compounding effect is severe. As of 2:36 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Kohli rests at negative $10,074.62, last place with 0 trades to counteract the slide.
1 hour 24 minutes left in the session, and Lacan Gusali is guarding $3,400.45 as of 2:36 p.m. ET. Everyone else is fighting for scraps.
Sudhir Kumar Chitla shows $93.5 as of 2:36 p.m. ET across 30 trades, high activity, minimal net displacement, a study in churn.
$2:40 p.m. Eastern, and the Wick is on fire. Lacan Gusali sits rank 1 at $3,400.45 as of 2:40 p.m. ET, while Alpha Man is ranked 20 at negative $10,094.51 at 2:40 p.m. ET.
Momentum monster alert. Lake and Gursali ripped up $9,961.6 over the window to land at $3,400.45 by 2:40 p.m. ET, while Alpha Man slid $4,323.58 to negative $10,094.51 at 2:40 p.m. ET.
Lacan Gusali is fully realized, $3,400.45 locked in as of 2:40 p.m. ET, zero unrealized hanging over the throne.
Risk posture divergence at 2:40 p.m. ET. Lacan Gursali holds $3,400.45 entirely realized, whereas Alpha Man's negative $10,094.51 remains unrealized and vulnerable.
Concentration versus spread. One stock traded by Lacan Gursali, 3 by Alpha Man, and at 2:40 p.m. ET, the focused book shows $3,400.45, while the diversified one shows negative $10,094.51.
And Alpha Man's pain line down to a trough of negative $17,508.96 earlier, now sitting at negative $10,094.51 as of 2:40 p.m. ET. That is a brutal climb just to still be red.
Rank 1 versus Rank 20 at 2:40 p.m. ET, $3,400.45 positive against negative $10,094.51 negative. That is not a gap, that is a canyon.
Five hours, 10 minutes in, 1 hour, 20 left, and this head-to-head is defining the Wick right now.
Objectively, $3,400.45 at 2:40 p.m. ET places Lacan Gursali in firm control of first, with full realization and minimal activity risk.
Negative $10,094.51 as of 2:40 p.m. ET for Alpha Man. 3 stocks on the book and all of it unrealized. That is pressure with 1 hour 20 to go.
This is the tale of discipline versus drawdown. $3,400.45 for La Congasali and negative $10,094.51 for Alpha Man at 2:40 p.m. ET.
With $3,400.45 versus negative $10,094.51 as of 2:40 p.m. ET, this comparison encapsulates the entire tournament spectrum, from optimal execution to maximum strain.
Two 2:44 p.m. Eastern, and La Congasali still sits on the throne with $3,400.45 as of 2:44 p.m. ET1 trade, absolute control of the Wick.
Gasping Rahul Davis is right there at $681 as of 2:44 p.m. ET with 28 trades. He is spamming the ladder and hunting that $500 jump.
At 1:43 p.m. ET, SQQ ripped $4,455 out of Roshan Palan, leveraged inverse exposure, doing exactly what it does when timing is off.
And at 1:43 p.m. ET, TQQ slams Roshan Palan for another $3,035. Double leveraged crossfire, no shield.
At 1:43 p.m. ET, SQQQ deducted $3,095 from Chidambara Raja, a continuation of correlated decay in leveraged inverse instruments.
Or CL clipped $4,402.59 from Ravi Kirangoli at 1:42 p.m. ET. Single name concentration, predictable damage.
Gasping, and at 1:40 p.m. ET, MDB drains $3,111.87 from Ravi Kirangoli, tech names lining up like falling dominoes.
The cumulative effect leaves Ravi Kirangoli at negative $10,031.03 as of 2:44 p.m. ET, the deepest drawdown on the current board.
Meanwhile, Harsh Goyal stands fourth at $629 as of 2:44 p.m. ET. One clean surge and the podium shakes.
Anil Sonon barely hanging at negative $22 as of 2:44 p.m. ET. That is one decent candle away from flipping green.
Sudesh Udayakumar remains at negative $1,514.5 as of 2:44 p.m. ET, without new participation, a static but unfavorable position.
2:48 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gasali still sits on the Iron Throne with $3,400.45 as of 2:48 p.m. ET. One trade, absolute command of the Wick.
Gasping Rahul Davis is clinging to third with $681 as of 2:48 p.m. ET after 28 trades. He's clicking like a speedrunner, but the boss level is still miles above.
At 1:46 p.m. ET, ORCL ripped $4,414.71 out of Ravi Kirangoli, concentrated tech exposure and zero mercy from the tape.
And at 1:47 p.m. ET, AMD slammed him again for $2,548.23. This is a red waterfall cascading down the elevator shaft.
At 1:46 p.m. ET, SQQ subtracted $3,195 from Chidambara Raja, leveraged inverse exposure amplifying volatility drag.
At 1:46 p.m. ET, SQQ obliterates $4,555 from Roshan Palin, leveraged lightning striking the same account again and again.
As of 2:48 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli anchors the field at negative $10,083.36, persistent drawdown following correlated ORCL, AMD, and MDB stress.
$2:52 p.m. ET, and Lakanga Sali still commands the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 2:52 p.m. ET. One trade, one throne, absolute authority at the summit.
Gasping Rahul Davis is clinging to third with $681 as of 2:52 p.m. ET and 28 trades. He is spamming the ladder, but the gap to second is still real.
At 1:51 p.m. ET, ORCL ripped $4,508.64 out of Ravi Kirangoli, a clean continuation of concentrated tech exposure gone wrong.
And at 1:51 p.m. ET, MDB smacks him again for negative $3,176.03. Double tech combo, no shield.
The cascade began earlier, at 1:48 p.m. ET. AMD subtracted $2,507.33, reinforcing a correlated semiconductor drawdown across his book.
And at 1:50 p.m. ET, TQQ clipped another $3,145 from Roshan Palan. Running both sides of leverage rarely ends in symmetry.
Gasping, it is not just one at 1:51 p.m. ET. SQQQ slammed Chidambara Raja for negative $3,235. The volatility meter spiking red.
1 minute prior, at 1:50 p.m. ET, TQQQ removed $2265 from Chidambara Raja, confirming synchronized leverage risk across both directions.
And look at the basement. Ravi Kirangoli sits at negative $10,356.99 as of 2:52 p.m. ET. The elevator cable snapping under tech pressure.
SVR Araju at negative $770 as of 2:52 p.m. ET, mid-tier wobble. But compared to the carnage below, that is survivable.
In the upper midfield, Harsh Goyal posts $629 as of 2:52 p.m. ET, only a modest delta away from the podium should volatility rotate upward.
1 hour and 8 minutes left in the session, and Lakangur Sali still towers at $3,400.45 as of 2:52 p.m. ET. The wick is burning and the leader is not blinking. $2:56 p.m. ET, and Lakangusali still commands the wick with $3,400.45 as of 2:56 p.m. ET. One trade, iron grip on that $1,000 first prize.
Rahul Davis grinding in third with $681 as of 2:56 p.m. ET. 28 trades for that cushion. That's work, not luck.
At 1:55 p.m. ET, GOG flips green for $391.05 on Chitran Chanklani. He rockets upward and stabilizes at $198.25 total as of 2:56 p.m. ET.
At 1:55 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $4,515 on Roshan Palan, and TQQ slams another negative $3,075 at 1:55 p.m. ET. Leverage storm shredding the lower ranks.
Gaspi Google smacks Suresh Udayakumar for $1,397 at 1:55 p.m. ET, and AM Zen piles on another $903 down at 1:54 p.m. ET. He's spiraling to negative $1,489 as of 2:56 p.m. ET.
SVR Ray Jew sitting at negative $770 as of 2:56 p.m. ET, still in striking distance if momentum flips in this final hour.
1 hour and 4 minutes left, and Likangur Sali is chilling at $3,400.45 as of 2:56 p.m. ET. Everyone else is racing for second place money right now.
With $734 as of 2:56 p.m. ET, Madhav S. Ravi holds a narrow but meaningful edge over Rahul Davis at $681. This is now a variance-sensitive battle for the $500 second prize.
3 p.m. Eastern, and the throne is untouched. Lakangasali sits at $3,400.45 as of 3 p.m. ET. One trade. Maximum impact. The Wick still kneeling.
Rahul Davis grinding in third at $681 as of 3 p.m. ET, 28 trades for that cushion. That's work, not luck.
At 1:55 p.m. ET, GOG explodes $391.05 green for Chitransh Chanchlani. Clean reversal energy launching him back into the fight.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, ORCL detonates for negative $4,554.09 on Ravi Kirangoli. Enterprise Tech turning into a trapdoor.
Add it up, and as of 3 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is buried at negative $10,049.6. That's what happens when tech goes no bid.
12:57 p.m. ET, SQQ inflicts negative $3,195 on Chidambara Raja, a volatility instrument behaving with mathematical cruelty.
And at 1:57 p.m. ET, SQQ crushes Roshan Palin for negative $4,555. Leverage bears eating their own.
Gaspin at 5 p.m. ET, Google nukes $1,397 from Suresh Udayakumar. Mega cap gravity just said no.
Consequently, as of 3 p.m. ET, Sudhesh Udayakumar rests at negative $1,459 without additional trades, pure mark-to-market exposure.
Meanwhile, the mid-table bleeds. SVR Raju parked at negative $770 as of 3 p.m. ET. 6 trades and still searching for oxygen.
One hour left in the session, and Lekangursali is still chilling at $3,400.45 as of 3 p.m. ET. Everyone else is fighting for scraps.
$3:04 p.m. ET, and Lakangursali still sits on the throne with $3,400.45 as of 3:04 p.m. ET. One trade. Absolute command of the Wick.
Rahul Davis grinding in third with $681 as of 3:04 p.m. ET, 28 trades for that bronze grip. That's work.
At 2:03 p.m. ET, Geogul nukes $1,396 from Sudesh Udayakumar. Tech just keeps comboing him.
Groaning. Same minute. 2:03 p.m. ET. AMZ clips another $840 from Sudesh Udayakumar. That's concentrated downside risk.
2:03 p.m. ET. SQQ rips $3,275 away from Chidambara Raja. The leverage is merciless.
And TQQ piles on at 2:03 p.m. ET. Another $2,285 gone for Chidambara Raja. That's a volatility avalanche.
And at 2:03 p.m. ET, TQQQ slams another $3,165 off Roche and Palin. Double leverage, double pain.
ORCL detonates again at 2:03 p.m. ET, $4,540.46 erased from Ravi Kirangoli. The basement floor just cracked.
Finally green at 2:02 p.m. ET. MU pumps $568 into VWAT 25 and AN. He claws back toward daylight.
As of 3:04 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli holds last place at negative $9,984.71, an extreme outlier distribution relative to the field.
56 minutes left in the session, and Lakan Gosali guards $3,400.45. As of 3:04 p.m. ET, the $1,000 first prize is within reach. The Wick is on fire at 3:08 p.m. ET, rank 14P99 at negative $88.8 versus rank 15 BHUV 25 and at negative $98, both locked in as of 3:08 p.m. ET.
P99 fully realized at negative $88.8 as of 3:08 p.m. ET. No unrealized cushion, just clean damage on the books.
Gasping and Boof 25 and also fully realized at negative $98 at 3:08 p.m. ET. No open swings, just pure scoreboard pressure.
Momentum check, P99 down $85.6 over the window to negative 88.8 at 3:08 p.m. ET, while B-Hill of 25 and slides $87 to negative 98 at 3:08 p.m. ET.
Groaning, P99 traded just 320 shares across one stock as of 3:08 p.m. ET, measured, contained, almost cautious.
BWAF 25 and fired 8,800 shares across 4 stocks by 3:08 p.m. ET. That is pure activity chaos.
Low activity versus active intensity. P99 with 1 stock and 320 shares. BWAF 25 and with 4 stocks and 8,800 shares as of 3:08 p.m. ET.
Leader of this duel is P99 by rank 14 over rank 15, but the cash difference at 3:08 p.m. ET is barely a coffee.
And remember, 425 and once hit a $711 peak earlier in the window, while P99 never left the red beyond negative 3.2. That is 2 totally different roller coasters.
From negative 3.2 at its peak to negative 88.8 at 3:08 p.m. ET, P99 slid the entire slope in a single session.
Both red, both slipping in momentum, both fully realized as of 3:08 p.m. ET. No excuses left in the book.
14th versus 15th with only 52 minutes left in the session. Negative 88.8 versus negative 98 at 3:08 p.m. ET. This is survival trading.
The Wick prize pool stands at $1,750, but right now this matchup is about pride inside the elevator.
In pure comparative terms, P99 demonstrates tighter range control, while BHUV25 exhibits higher throughput and volatility tolerance.
At negative $88.8 as of 3:08 p.m. ET, P99 controls his damage but hasn't found lift.
Gasping and at negative $98 at 3:08 p.m. ET. Boor 25 is one decent trade away from flipping this head-to-head.
$3:12 p.m. ET, and it is Alpha Man versus Fox in the Wick. Rank 21 hunting rank 20 with only 48 minutes left.
As of 3:12 p.m. ET, Alpha Man sits at negative $10,122.26, while Fox holds negative $7,830. Same snapshot, but Fox has the altitude advantage.
Gasping at 3:11 p.m. ET, ORCL slams Alpha Man for negative $4,464.71. His total spiraling as we hit the final stretch.
And at 3:11 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $4,625 against Fox Leverage Heat in the worst possible moment.
Peak versus trough tells the pain story. Alpha Man peaked at negative $5,770.93 and sank to negative $17,177.94, while Fox actually touched positive $11.26 before collapsing to negative $7,980.
Fox doubles down at 3:10 p.m. ET. TQQ hits for negative $3,125, stacking pressure on that rank 20 seat.
AMD clipped Alpha Man for negative $2,439.15 at 3:10 p.m. ET. Every attempt to stabilize just bleeds more.
Gasping head-to-head at 3:12 p.m. ET, Alpha Man down 5 figures, Fox down 4. And that slim gap is the difference between rank 20 and 21.
At 3:09 p.m. ET, SQQ batters Fox for negative $4,685. This is volatility eating the contender alive.
Consider the symmetry. Both traders are classified red and slipping as of 3:12 p.m. ET, but Fox retains the higher rank despite the steeper weekly drawdown.
If Alpha Man claws back just a couple thousand before 4 p.m. ET, he flips the ranks. But right now at 3:12 p.m. ET, Fox is clinging to that tiny edge.
This is pure survival trading. Alpha Man versus Fox, both underwater at 3:12 p.m. ET, both fighting to avoid being the basement anchor.
Mathematically, the gap between negative $10,122.26 and negative
TQQ at 3:09 p.m.
$7,830
ET
at
costs Fox
3:12
negative
p.m. ET is the
$3,195.
battlefield. Roughly a
Leverage decay at the worst
$2,000
possible
swing
hour.
decides the narrative.
48 minutes left, Alpha Man versus Fox, rank 21 versus 20. And at 3:12 p.m. ET, the red numbers are screaming for a last-minute miracle.
Three-way clash in the Wick. Alpha Man versus Fox versus Chida. Ranks 21, 20, and 19 fighting in the basement with just 44 minutes left.
As of 3:16 p.m. ET, Chida leads this trio at negative $5,620, Fox trails at negative $7,860, and Alpha Man sits deepest at negative $10,182.27.
At 3:15 p.m. ET, SQQQ detonates for negative $4,775 on Fox, leveraged chaos, chewing through the account.
And at 3:15 p.m. ET, SQQ slices $3,415 from Chida, leader of the trio, taking fire in the final stretch.
Momentum over the window is uniformly negative. Alpha Man down $4,411.34, Fox down $7,878, and Chida down $5,617.5 as of 3:16 p.m. ET.
And at 3:14 p.m. ET, AMD clips another negative $2,386.13 from Alpha Man. The tech stack combo is relentless.
Aggression is low across the board, 0 shares traded for all three as of 3:16 p.m. ET, yet Alpha Man holds 3 stocks while Fox and Chida hold 2 each.
At 3:14 p.m. ET, TQQ smashes Fox for negative $3,235, double leverage, double trouble.
Chida at negative $5,620 versus Fox at negative $7,860 as of 3:16 p.m. ET. That is a $2,240 gap for survival.
At 3:14 p.m. ET, MDB drops negative $3,200 on Alpha Man. The drawdown stack just keeps layering.
Gasping at 3:13 p.m. ET, TQQ rips negative $2,445 from Chida, leveraged beta biting hard.
Fox is slipping harder on momentum with a negative $7,878 delta versus Alpha Man down $4,411.34 as of 3:16 p.m. ET1 is unraveling twice as fast.
All three are classified as slipping in momentum and red in posture as of 3:16 p.m. ET. No hero trades, just damage control.
44 minutes left in the Wick. Chida defending rank 19, Fox hunting a rebound, and Alpha Man staring down a 5-figure deficit as of 3:16 p.m. ET. $3:20 p.m. ET, and Lacan Gasali still sits on the throne with $3,400.45 as of 3:20 p.m. ET. 40 minutes left, and the Wick is still burning in his favor.
Gasping! Rahul Davis grinding with 28 trades and $681 as of 3:20 p.m. ET, high click speed, but he needs a burst to snipe that $500 second prize.
At 3:19 p.m. ET, Google rips $1,479 out of Sudhishu Dayakumar, one candle, and the drawdown deepens brutally.
3:19 p.m. ET, TQQ detonates for $2,305 against Chidambara Raja. The leverage is unforgiving.
And at 3:19 p.m. ET, SQQ slams him again for $3,305. Both sides of the Nasdaq trade turning into a blender.
At 3:19 p.m. ET, SQQQ drains $4,665 from Roshan Palan, leverage decay doing what it always does late in the session.
At 3:17 p.m. ET, AMD hammers Ravi Kirangoli for $2,408.85, Semiconductors striking the basement again.
Oriel joined the punishment at 3:16 p.m. ET, slicing $4,552.58 from Ravi Kirangoli. Enterprise Software turning Enterprise Savage.
Net result as of 3:20 p.m. ET. Chidhambara Raja stands at negative $5,410. The dual TQQ and SQQ exposure compounding into structural drawdown.
Harsh Coil at $629 as of 3:20 p.m. ET. Just one clean trade from jumping into the money spots.
$3:24 p.m. ET, and Lakan Gosali still towers at $3,400.45 as of 3:24 p.m. ET. One trade. Iron grip on first place. The $1,000 prize glowing.
Gasping Rahul Davis at $681 as of 3:24 p.m. ET with 28 trades. He is spamming the ladder trying to snipe that $500 second prize.
At 3:23 p.m. ET, SQQ rips $4,515 out of Roshan Palan, another leveraged swing turning a bad day into a catastrophic one.
And at 3:23 p.m. ET, QQ slams him for another $3,075. Roshan Palan getting crushed on both sides of the NASDAQ storm.
Concurrently, at 3:21 p.m. ET, ORCL subtracts $4,504.10 from Ravi Kiran Goli, correlated tech exposure compounding the drawdown profile.
And SQQ strikes him too at 3:23 p.m. ET, $3,155 gone. Inverse and ultra long tearing the same account apart.
Gasping 32 p.m. ET, Google knocks $1,502 off Sudhesh Udayakumar. Mega cap momentum flipping hard.
Zoom out. Ravi Kirangoli sits at negative $10,496.22 as of 3:24 p.m. ET, bottom of the board and running out of clock.
Don't ignore the midfield Chitran's Chancelani at $505.63 as of 3:24 p.m. ET, within striking distance of that $250 bronze slot. It is 3:28 p.m. ET, and this is the Rank 3 versus Rank 4 showdown. Rahul at $681 and Bull Beast at $629 as of 3:28 p.m. ET, a $52 knife fight with 32 minutes left.
Momentum check. Rahul underscore is up $684 on the week, while Bull Beast is up $631 as of 3:28 p.m. ET. Both green rockets, but one is slightly louder.
Look at the swing. Rahul clawed back from negative $687.5 to $681 by 3:28 p.m. ET, while Bull Beast only dipped to negative $37 before reaching $629.
Bull Beast holds $629 as of 3:28 p.m. ET in Rank 4, also entirely realized, a clean ledger with no floating risk.
Aggression meter. Rahul underscore has fired 4,200 shares across two stocks, while Bull Beast only moved 400 shares in one name as of 3:28 p.m. ET. That is 10 times the trigger finger.
Peak versus peak. Rahul tops out at $681, and Bull Beast actually tags 708 before settling at 629 as of 3:28 p.m. ET. That is unrealized glory left on the table.
$681 as of 3:28 p.m. ET for Rahul underscore, and he fought up from deep red earlier this week. That is comeback energy.
Groaning $629 as of 3:28 p.m. ET for Bull Beast. Low activity, minimal churn. Sometimes less clicking means less bleeding.
Rank 3 at 681 versus Rank 4 at 629 as of 3:28 p.m. ET. Rahul has the edge, but Bull Beast is one clean trade away from flipping the script.
And remember, Rahul underscore needed a $684 surge to get here, while Bull Beast climbed $631 by 3:28 p.m. ET, both heating up at the perfect time.
FI contrast is style. 4,200 shares for Rahul underscore versus 400 for Bull Beast by 3:28 p.m. ET. Volume versus precision.
Rahul underscore at $681 as of 3:28 p.m. ET is defending that third place prize line like a fortress.
32 minutes left, and it is 681 versus 629 as of 3:28 p.m. ET. Rahul versus Bull Beast, Volume Warrior against Surgical Sniper.
Bottom line at 3:28 p.m. ET, $681 for Rahul underscore, $629 for Bull Beast. Both green, both realized, and neither safe.
$3:32 p.m. ET and lock-on Gus Ali still reigns supreme. $3,400.45 as of 3:32 p.m. ET. One trade, zero fear. A canyon between first and the field.
Rahul Davis at $681 as of 3:32 p.m. ET with 28 trades. He is mashing buttons, and he is only $53 off that $500 second place prize.
At 3:31 p.m. ET, Go UG erupts for $499.13 in pure green fire for Chitrans Chanchlani, rocketing his total to $644.13 as of 3:32 p.m. ET and blasting him into the top four.
AAPL provided a $706.5 counterbalance at 3:31 p.m. ET, yet as of 3:32 p.m. ET, Sadhish Udaya Kumar remains at negative $1,786.5. Partial hedge, insufficient recovery.
Screaming the nukes $3,309.98 at 3:31 p.m. ET, and AMD rips 2,651.25 more. Ravi Kiran Gold is buried at negative $10,472.52 as of 3:32 p.m. ET, and the floor keeps dropping.
28 minutes left in the Wick and Lakhanga Sali stands untouched at $3,400.45 as of 3:32 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified while chaos reigns below. $3:36 p.m. Eastern, and this is the head-to-head Lakangur Sali, rank 1 at $3,400.45 as of 3:36 p.m. ET versus Alpha Man rank 21 at negative $10,460.56 at 3:36 p.m. ET.
Momentum check. Lekhangur Sali ripped up $9,961.6 over the window to land at $3,400.45 by 3:36 p.m. ET, while Alpha Man slid negative $4,689.63 to negative $10,460.56 at 3:36 p.m. ET.
Lakhanga Sali has every dollar realized, $3,400.45 fully locked as of 3:36 p.m. ET. Zero unrealized exposure hanging over the throne.
Risk posture divergence at 3:36 p.m. ET, $3,400.45, fully realized for Lakhanga Sali versus negative $10,460.56, entirely unrealized for Alpha Man.
Concentration versus spread. 1 stock traded by Lakhanga Sali, 3 by Alpha Man, and at 3:36 p.m. ET the focused book shows $3,400.45 while the diversified one bleeds negative $10,460.56.
24 minutes remain in the Wick. Prize pool $1,750. And this first versus 21st duel is shaping the $1,000 top payout.
At 3:35 p.m. ET, ORCL slams Alpha Man for negative $4,396.53 in that single update, straight to the jaw.
1 minute earlier at 3:33 p.m. ET, AMD clipped Alpha Man for negative $2,663.37, and the damage compounded fast.
Even with those late hits, at 3:36 p.m. ET, it is still $3,400.45 for Lakangusali against negative $10,460.56 for Alpha Man Control versus Chaos.
Gasping, and Alpha Man's pain point down to negative $17,827.75 at the trough earlier. Now negative $10,460.56 at 3:36 p.m. ET. Still deep in the red.
Improving versus slipping at 3:36 p.m. ET. The green posture of $3,400.45 faces the red posture of negative $10,460.56.
With 6 hours 6 minutes completed and just 24 minutes left in the session, this comparison may well decide the $1,000 first prize.
If nothing changes at 3:36 p.m. ET, it is still $3,400.45 shining for Lakangusali and negative $10,460.56 weighing on Alpha Man. This is esports trading drama.
$3:40 p.m. Eastern, and Lakangusali still commands the Wick with $3,400.45 as of 3:40 p.m. ET1 trade. Total dominance, the throne untouched.
At 3:39 p.m. ET, SQQ carved another $4,485 out of Roshan Palan, leveraged inverse exposure doing what it does best, accelerating pain.
And at 3:39 p.m. ET, SQQ strikes Chidambara Raja for $3,125. The volatility vortex is not done feeding.
ORCL clipped $4,323.81 from Ravi Kiran Goli at 3:38 p.m. ET, stacking on top of earlier hits, concentration risk in full display.
And MBB joins the pile at 3:38 p.m. ET, $3,340.29, a race for Ravi Kirangoli. The bottom of the board is shaking.
Gasping, and Google slams another $1,474 at 3:38 p.m. ET for Suresh Udayakumar. Mega cap whiplash in the final 20 minutes.
Finally, some green. At 3:38 p.m. ET, Gu Uji pumps $463.65 in the Chitran Chanchklani, rank 7, pushing upward with authority. 16 minutes left in the wick, and it is Abhilash Rajan versus Vaish 390 versus P99, ranks 12, 13, and 14 stacked on top of each other.
Gasping momentum check, Abhilash Rajan is slipping with a negative $14 delta while Vaish 390 is exploding upward with a positive $852.5 swing. This window.
Look at the swing range. Vaish 390 ran from a trough of negative $935 to a peak of 873.5, while P99 never saw green and topped out at negative 3.2.
Aggression battle. P99 fired 320 shares while Abhilash Rajan put through 200, both trading just one stock but very different intensity.
At 3:43 p.m. ET, SQQ smashes Vaish 390 for negative $4,715 in PNL. That is pure leveraged chaos.
At 3:43 p.m. ET, AMD clipped Abhilash Rajan for negative $2,517.93, adding pressure to an already red tape.
Head to head right now, Abhilash Rajan is closer to break even at negative $37, while Vaish at 390 sits deeper at negative 82.5, but the momentum belongs to Vaish at 390.
Gasping compared the comeback arcs, Vaish 390 climbed from negative 935 to a positive 873.5 peak, while P99 slid from negative 3.2 straight down to negative 88.8 exclamation mark.
At 3:44 p.m. ET, Abhilash Rajan is just $37 down. That is one sharp candle away from flipping the narrative.
As of 3:44 p.m. ET, Vaish 390 remains negative $82.5 entirely unrealized, mathematically capable of a late session reversal.
P99 is heavier on share count with 320 versus Abhilash Rajan at 200, but the scoreboard favors Abhilash Rajan by more than $50 right now.
This is the basement brawl of the Wick. 3 traders underwater but fighting for pride, positioning, and momentum into the final day.
With 6 hours and 14 minutes of market already behind us and only 16 minutes remaining, the probability of sharp rank reshuffling among these 3 is non-trivial.
If Vaish 390 squeezes that unrealized loss and flips green, Abhilash Rajan could lose rank 12 in a heartbeat.
3 red accounts at 3:44 p.m. ET, separated by barely $50 from top to bottom. This is less about profit and more about who survives the close with dignity.
"12 minutes left in the Wick, and look at this clash. Lakanga Sali rank 1 at $3,400.45 as of 3:48 p.m. ET. A Nielsen near flat at negative 4.5, and Alpha Man deep in the red at negative 9,881.67 at 3:48 p.m. ET.
Gasping, Alpha Man just took a $3,265.56 hit on MDB at 3:44 p.m. ET. One punch and the drawdown widens.
Compare the momentum. Lakanga Sali up $9,961.6 over the window to 3:48 p.m. ET, while the Nielsen drifts down $3.65 to negative 4.5 at 3:48 p.m. ET.
ORCL ripped $4,302.6 from Alphaman at 3:44 p.m. ET. That is concentrated pain late in the session.
Risk posture showdown. Lakangur Sali fully realized at 3,400.45 at 3:48 p.m. ET. Alphaman sitting on negative 9,881.67. Unrealized at 3:48 p.m. ET. That is ice versus open wound.
Both Alphaman and Anilson Nunn show red momentum into 3:48 p.m. ET, but the scale differs dramatically. Negative 9,881.67 versus negative 4.5 at that timestamp.
AMD clipped Alphaman for $2,455.82 at 3:44 p.m. ET. Late leverage and no cushion.
Rank 1 versus rank 10 versus rank 21, 3,400.45 up top at 3:48 p.m. ET, negative 4.5 in the middle, negative 9,881.67 at the bottom. The elevator has clear floors.
Anilson sits at negative $4.5 as of 3:48 p.m. ET. Barely bleeding but not pushing for the podium.
This is dominance versus damage. Lakangur Sali positive 3,400.45 at 3:48 p.m. ET, while Alphaman fights out of negative 9,881.67 at 3:48 p.m. ET.
Precision versus participation. One stock and 235 shares for Lakan Gosali. 3 stocks and 70 shares for Anason Nen. 2 philosophies colliding in the final 12 minutes. Eight minutes left in the Wick, and Lakanga Sali still reigns with $3,400.45 as of 3:52 p.m. ET. One trade, one throne, absolute dominance.
Gasping Rahul Davis still clinging to third with $681 as of 3:52 p.m. ET. 28 trades, and that $250 prize is shaking.
Harsh Goyal at $629 as of 3:52 p.m. ET, quietly stalking the podium while others self-destruct.
At 3:51 p.m. ET, AMD rips $2,374.01 out of Ravi Kiran Goli, another semiconductor shockwave.
1 minute earlier at 3:50 p.m. ET, AMD had already deducted $2,530.05 from Ravi Kiran Goli, indicating persistent downside momentum in the same position.
At 3:51 p.m. ET, TQQ detonates for negative $3,405 on Roshan Palin. The leverage altar demands another sacrifice.
Gasping at 3:51 p.m. ET, TQQQ slams Chidambara Raja for $25, and SQQ piles on $3,615 more. Double leveraged chaos.
Also at 3:51 p.m. ET, Google subtracts $1,367 from Sudhesh Udaya Kumar, deepening his drawdown into the closing minutes.
Ravi Kirangoli now sits at negative $9,829.55 as of 3:52 p.m. ET. The red zone has turned into an abyss.
Chodambara Raja holding negative $5,970 as of 3:52 p.m. ET. The volatility vortex just will not let go.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla at $538 as of 3:52 p.m. ET. 50 trades of steady grind keeping him afloat in fifth.
3:56 p.m. ET, and Lacan Gusali is still untouchable with $3,400.45 as of 3:56 p.m. ET. One trade, one thrown, 4 minutes left in the wick.
Rahul Davis at $681 as of 3:56 p.m. ET, 28 trades for that third place grip. That's sweat equity.
At 2:55 p.m. ET, TQQ rips $3,415 out of Roshan Palan and SQQ, claws another $4,985 at 2:55 p.m. ET. That is a leveraged blender.
Groaning. Add it up, and as of 3:56 p.m. ET, Roshan Palan is sitting at negative $8,110. That's what double leverage does when it turns on you.
Following successive ORCL, AMD, and MDB drawdowns between 2:52 p.m. ET and 2:55 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Kohli stabilizes at negative $10,022.45 as of 3:56 p.m. ET, an extreme left-tail outcome.
As of 3:56 p.m. ET, Satish Udayakumar is parked at negative $1,591.5. 0 trades left to rewrite that story.
And at 2:55 p.m. ET, TQQ slams $2535, and SQQ crushes $3,625 more from Chidambara Raja, volatility eating both sides of the trade.
4 minutes left, and SVR Raju is negative $770 as of 3:56 p.m. ET. One hot candle could still flip the mid-table chaos.
Four p.m. ET, and the bell has rung. Lacan Gusali finishes at $3,400.45 as of 3:59 p.m. ET. One trade, absolute domination at the top of the wick.
Rahul Davis clocks out in third at $681 as of 3:59 p.m. ET, 28 trades to grind into the money. That's blue-collar tape reading.
At 2:59 p.m. ET, ORCL rips $4,175.34 out of Ravi Kiran Kohli, another red candle in a chain reaction.
Same minute, 2:59 p.m. ET. AMD hammers another $2,458.85 from Ravi Kiran Kohli. That is a closing bell collapse.
Gasping at 2:57 p.m. ET, TQQ deletes $3,455 from Roshan Palan. Leveraged whiplash right into the close.
Concurrently at 2:57 p.m. ET, SQQQ extracts $5,055 from Roshan Palan, a symmetric leveraged unwind of notable severity.
TQQ strikes again at 2:56 p.m. ET, $2,415 gone for Chidambara Raja, momentum turning into a buzzsaw.
But AMSN snaps back at 2:57 p.m. ET, $935 ripped away from Sudhesh Udayakumar. No follow-through.
As of 3:59 p.m. ET, Harsh Goyal holds fourth at $629, narrowly outside podium range yet comfortably positive.
And look at the mid-pack surge. Trillionaire 01 closes at $491 as of 3:59 p.m. ET, staying green in a blood-red afternoon. The prize ladder is locked. $1,000 to Lakhang Gusali, $500 to Madhav Ravi, $250 to Rahul Davis as the clock hits 4 p.m. ET. The Wick crowns its killers.